Hi guys, I'm TJ Alberto. I'm a rider this year in the Asia Superbike Championship. I'll be riding in the ASB 1000 on the number 77 Ducati Panigale V4R. So watch out for me on the races. And last year was actually also the 2021 Philippine Superbike Champion with the Ducati Panigale V4R. This year, I'm so happy to be part of the Angkas Motorsports family. It's so nice to have gotten this partnership rolling. And I'm really so happy to have the support of you guys. I really feel the love and compassion from you guys about the motorcycling industry, and that's what I'm all about. I really love motorcycles from the very start, ever since I was so young. So thank you so much, and see you all on the road, mga kagulong.
Angkas has always been advocating safety riding. No? Ito yung naging cornerstone po talaga ng Angkas na mapakita sa tao na ang pagsasakay ng motorsiklo, magagawa po natin yan in a safe manner. And yung Angkas Dream Cup is the epitome, no? Talagang the highest level of motorcycle safety riding. So talagang we wanted to really embody that, no? And show everybody na, you know, if you have the talent, you know, take it out of the streets and into the track. Hindi naman po lahat ng tao nakakapag-participate sa motorsports. So, ginawa po natin yung Angkas Dream Cup so that we can bring motorsports down to the grassroots level. Ngayon dun sa 18 million na nagmomotorsiklo, may chance na ngayon, mayaman ka man o mahirap ka, basta meron kang talento sa pagmomotorsiklo, pwede ka sumali sa Angkas Dream Cup. Open po yan. At kung ikaw ay naging champion po dito, we will support you between the partnership of Angkas and Ducati all the way up to international races.
With the proper support, kaya nga ang binibigay ng Angkas is this program where we teach our fellow Filipinos on how to succeed in the international level para maiangat natin na ang Pilipino hindi lang nagmamaneho ng motor pero competitive din internationally, which is pinakita ni Troy TJ na possible pala.
So that was my first podium in the IDM Championship, which was the German Supersport 300 Championship. So not only was I the first to participate there, but also the first to podium. So of course I'm really proud of myself, but more than that, I'm thankful for all of the support that everyone's been giving me, because it's not a journey that I take alone, but also with a lot of help from other people. I'm really thankful that Angkas is supporting me in my career and my goal, my dreams. And I'm so proud that they want to do this for not just myself, but also so many other riders. So I hope that the Philippines becomes let's say a motorsport country, because now it's a growing sport. And I think that in a few years, maybe we can have more Philippine riders in international competition.
Magkaiba po yung inasabi natin na basta racing lang, no? Dun sa tinatawag nating motorsports, right? So when you put it in the context of sporting, meron yang rules and regulation, controlled environment yan. And we always exercise the safety of the athletes, the safety of the people that are participating in the sporting event. So talagang dito po natin makikita yung skill ng bawat tao sa pagra-ride nila, but in a controlled and safe environment.
Alam ko, na-recommended ako ni Kuya TJ, kay Sir George, kasi magkakakilala nga po sila na nag-aangkas nga po si Papa. Tapos yun, marunong din akong rider, kumbaga may experience. Ayun, nagsisimula talaga ako, doon kami kumuha ng pera na pang sa karera ko, kasi hindi naman biro yung mga gastos eh. Talagang sinabi ko, bago magkarera, mag-training ako ng training. Nagbunga naman lahat ng hard work. Kahit na sobrang dami kong category, parang wala lang daw nangyari sa akin kasi hindi naman biro yung mga ginawa ko bago pumunta dito eh. Kasi sinasabi nila para daw akong robot. Eh, hindi naman nila nakita kung gaano katagal yung training na ginawa ko bago paghandaan talaga yung mga ganitong bagay.
So meron po tayong karera every month. This is a 6-leg circuit. Our championships po will be at the end of the year. So you'll expect more races to come, and this is just the beginning I think there's going to be a lot more in store, a lot more exciting stuff for Angkas. And of course, the Angkas Ducati partnership, the Angkas Dream Cup. And kami naman po, ang gusto namin is paano natin ibibigay ang motorsports para sa pangkalahatan. How do we give access to everybody, rich or poor, para magkaroon sila ng tsansa maging champion?
All set. Let's go.
Hi guys, I'm TJ Alberto. I'm a rider this year in the Asia Superbike Championship. I'll be riding in the ASB 1000 on the number 77 Ducati Panigale V4R, so watch out for me on the races. And last year was actually also the 2021 Philippine Superbike champion with the Ducati Panigale V4R. This year, I'm so happy to be part of the Angkas Motorsports family. It's so nice to have gotten this partnership rolling. And I'm really so happy to have the support of you guys. I really feel the love and compassion from you guys about the motorcycling industry, and that's what I'm all about. I really love motorcycles from the very start, ever since I was so young. So thank you so much, and see you all on the road, mga kagulong.
Not just for our flag, but also for our brothers. Michael and Paolo, Lord, thank you for gathering us here today. Lord, heal every broken bone, make them recover really fast, full recovery, Lord God. And Lord God, we pray for strength for their families, Lord God, in this challenging time. This we ask in Jesus' holy and mighty name we pray. Amen.
Hi guys, I'm TJ Alberto. I'm a rider this year in the Asia Superbike Championship. I'll be riding in the ASB 1000 on the number 77 Ducati Panigale V4R. So watch out for me on the races. And last year was actually also the 2021 Philippine Superbike champion with the Ducati Panigale V4R. This year, I'm so happy to be part of the Angkas Motorsports family. It's so nice to have gotten this partnership rolling. And I'm really so happy to have the support of you guys. I really feel the love and compassion from you guys about the motorcycling industry, and that's what I'm all about. I really love motorcycles from the very start, ever since I was so young. So thank you so much, and see you all on the road, mga kagulong.
Angkas has always been advocating safety riding. No? Ito yung naging cornerstone po talaga ng Angkas na mapakita sa tao na ang pagsasakay ng motorsiklo, magagawa po natin yan in a safe manner. And yung Angkas Dream Cup is the epitome, no? Talagang the highest level of motorcycle safety riding. So talagang we wanted to really embody that, no? And show everybody na, you know, if you have the talent, you know, take it out of the streets and into the track. Hindi naman po lahat ng tao nakakapag-participate sa motorsports. So, ginawa po natin yung Angkas Dream Cup so that we can bring motorsports down to the grassroots level. Ngayon dun sa 18 million na nagmomotorsiklo, may chance na ngayon, mayaman ka man o mahirap ka, basta meron kang talento sa pagmomotorsiklo, pwede ka sumali sa Angkas Dream Cup. Open po yan. At kung ikaw ay naging champion po dito, we will support you between the partnership of Angkas and Ducati all the way up to international races.
With the proper support, kaya nga ang binibigay ng Angkas is this program where we teach our fellow Filipinos on how to succeed in the international level para maiangat natin na ang Pilipino hindi lang nagmamaneho ng motor pero competitive din internationally, which is pinakita ni Troy at TJ na possible pala.
So that was my first podium in the IDM Championship, which was the German Super Sport 300 Championship. So not only was I the first to participate there, but also the first to podium. So of course I'm really proud of myself, but more than that, I'm thankful for all of the support that everyone's been giving me, because it's not a journey that I take alone, but also with a lot of help from other people. I'm really thankful that Angkas is supporting me in my career, in my goal, my dreams. And I'm so proud that they want to do this for not just myself, but also so many other riders. So I hope that the Philippines becomes let's say a motorsport country, because now it's a growing sport. And I think that in a few years, maybe we can have more Philippine riders in international competition.
Magkaiba po yung inisabi natin na basta racing lang, no? Dun sa tinatawag nating motorsports, right? So when you put it in the context of sporting, meron yang rules and regulation, controlled environment yan. And we always exercise the safety of the athletes, the safety of the people that are participating in the sporting event. So talagang dito po natin makikita yung skill ng bawat tao sa pagra-ride nila, but in a controlled and safe environment.
Alam ko na recommended ako ni Kuya TJ, kay Sir George, kasi magkakakilala nga po sila na nag-aangkas nga po si Papa. Tapos yun, marunong din akong rider, kumbaga may experience. Ayun, nagsisimula talaga ako, doon kami kumuha ng pera na pang sa karera ko, kasi hindi naman biro yung mga gastos eh. Talagang sinabi ko, bago magkarera, mag-training ako ng training. Nagbunga naman lahat ng hard work. Kahit na sobrang dami kong category, parang wala lang daw nangyari sa akin kasi hindi naman biro yung mga ginawa ko bago pumunta dito eh. Kasi sinasabi nila para daw akong robot. Eh, hindi naman nila nakita kung gaano katagal yung training na ginawa ko bago paghandaan talaga yung mga ganitong bagay.
So meron po tayong karera every month. This is a 6-leg circuit. Our championships po will be at the end of the year. So you'll expect more races to come, and this is just the beginning. I think there's going to be a lot more in store, a lot more exciting stuff for Angkas. And of course, the Angkas Ducati Partnership, the Angkas Dream Cup. And kami naman po, ang gusto namin is paano natin ibibigay ang motorsports para sa pangkalahatan. How do we give access to everybody, rich or poor, para magkaroon sila ng tsansa maging champion?
Searching for greatness in a sea of the dying and shameless, a sea of the aimless. I don't wanna be one of the nameless. I'ma wake up with the mindset that one day I'm gonna make it, and I don't think I'll be fine if I don't break my limitations. Don't try to stop me, I exist to write my own story. I'll make a decision if I want some peace or if I want the glory. Yeah, don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring. I just want a life that is worth every day exploring.
My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great.
This is a statement to appreciate all that is vacant. It's just for the taking. If you make up your mind to take it, I'm never complacent. I would work in a mansion or basement. Yeah. There's no
Welcome everyone to the first Let's Ride as One Ducati Global Ride. Riding as one today, we have showed the world how lively and united the Ducati Philippines family is.
I'm so sick of my mind.
Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone is having a warm time.
It's really so amazing to have everyone here. To have such a big number of participants, really incredible. And thank you guys for supporting the brand.
Thank you very much. Sobrang overwhelmed kami. After 2 years, ngayon lang ulit tayo nagkaroon ulit. Ride safe, pauwi ha!
Thank you very much from the bottom of our hearts for being here and being part of the 300 strong Let's Ride as One event.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to beautiful Batangas for the third leg of the Philippine Superbike Championship powered by Angkas. And we are here at the legendary BRC, where it is going to be a wet and wild Sunday, but hopefully the rain will just cooperate with us and not just come down very hard for the rest of the day. This is, of course, the third leg of the PSBK, and we actually did have a race yesterday, and we're going to be talking about that in just a few moments. But let me go through the schedule for now. We are going to be having the warm-up for the Pirelli Petron PSBK Novice, Intermediate, Open, Master, and Rookie class in just a few moments. And then earlier we had the Pirelli Cup Group 2 out on the track for their warm-up. And then earlier this morning we started out with the Pirelli Petron Underbone King 155cc SL, 155cc Intermediate, Expert, and the Angkas Cup. And it is raining. It has been a rainy weekend, so there are situations that we have to be prepared for this weekend. If indeed the rain comes down, we might just have one race per division and per class. So typically in a race weekend, we have 2 races for each category. But if the rain comes down, we are only going to have one race for each category. So that is something to watch out for. So hopefully the weather will cooperate with us as we take a look at this beautiful drone shot of the Batangas Racing Circuit. But once again, this is the third leg of the PSBK 2022. And hopefully, we are going to proceed throughout this day with 2 races in each division, in each category. And we will be bringing you all the action right here on the PSBK TV Facebook and YouTube channel. So in just a few moments, Reynel Resuelo will be joining me here on the panel to, of course, share his insight on the situation that we're in terms of racing in the wet. As you can see, that is the PSBK bikers. The super bikers are out on the track right now. These are the fastest riders here in the Philippines. And if BRC isn't challenging enough, imagine it when it is medyo basa. So that's the thing that the riders have to contend with this weekend. Syempre, mas madulas if it's a little bit wet. But if the rain does come down, they are going to be changing their tires to wet tires, and syempre for safety purposes. Let's go through the order for the PSBK riders. After qualification yesterday in the wet, Marvin Magulabnan is finished P1, followed by Dashi Watanabe, P2. TJ Alberto is P3, and the 3 of them are separated, well, not even a second between first and third in terms of the qualifying times for those 3. And then on 4th, we have Manuel Chudes, of course, for the PSBK, the Superbike riders. Manuel Chus, number 4. RG Romero, number 5. Jack Buncho, number 6. Ren C at number 7. Charles Nolasco finished at 8th yesterday. Lomac, Lawrence Macalinaw, finished at 9th. Mickey Mazo at 10th. Josh Tan is at 11th. And at 12, Lawrence Villanueva. So once again, these guys, that's the order of the first of the race later on this morning here in the Superbikes in the PSBK Cup. And yesterday they did the qualifying time, the time trials yesterday were done in the wet. So these guys are familiar already of racing in the wet. And it's just an added variable that they're going to have to contend with this weekend. But the 12 racers in the PSBK Cup are in order already. Actually, all of the racers this weekend have already qualified for today. So we know the order for pretty much all the categories. And kung mahilig po kayo sa mga scooters, sa underbone, sa naked bikes, sa sport bikes, sa super bikes, all of that will be in action today, Sunday. Multiple races, different categories. Of course, the Angkas Dream Cup is also going to be happening later on today, and that is one of the, I should say the first time that there is a cash prize in a race here in the Philippines. And I can see, I noticed that there was a bunch of Angkas riders who made their way here to BRC to help support EJ Sobretodo and the Team Angkas for all the races that EJ is going to be joining, because he typically joins about 4 categories or 3 categories, and he races about 7 different races in one weekend, which is actually really, really impressive. So once again, Reynel Resuelo is going to be joining me here on the panel. And of course, we have Phoebe Walker, who's going to be over at the paddocks and the starting grid to chat with the racers and give us updates on what their weekend has been like, practicing in the rain, qualifying in the rain, and of course, racing in the rain. So, it's going to be interesting to see what's going to be happening this weekend, because the rain, a wet track, as you can see, there is a rider that's down already there. It looks like it's in the back straight. Access Plus. Looks like, was that TJ? So TJ Alberto. So the top three in the Superbike category: Marvin Magulapdan, number 1, 142.22. Dashi Watanabe, 142.53. And TJ Alberto, 142.67. So that's how close the top three are in the qualification for the PSBK Cup. And once again, this is only the warm-up that you're watching right now. This is when riders and teams will make necessary adjustments. Of course, they want to warm up themselves. They want to warm up the bikes, the tires, and so on and so forth. But things can change if the rain comes down. To the PSBK Cup, the Superbikes, it's been an interesting season so far for them. TJ Alberto is leading the way, but we saw what happened last month. We saw what happened when Marvin was able to overtake him. The distance between Marvin and the rest of the pack was so big that we don't know what's going to happen in this division. I mean, it looks like TJ will be the favorite for the rest of the season, but who knows what's going to be happening, because this man right there on your screens, Marvin Magulapdan, a former champion himself, has proven to be a formidable foe for the Access Plus racer. And of course, you can't count out Dashi Watanabe as well, who's getting more and more used to his bike. I mean, he is entering the season with a new bike, and he admitted that he is still trying to learn certain things about that bike and still trying to get used to it. But you know, as the season progresses, we see him getting faster and faster and faster. So the battle between those three for the rest of the season is going to be really, really interesting. But of course, that's not the only race that's happening, right? There are so many races that's going to be happening this weekend that you have to watch out for a bunch of different names, right? Names like Suba, as we see Marvin exiting into the pits. But names like Suba, Sobretodo are other names that you should watch out for, because these guys have definitely shown their dominance this season. And even between those two, we're talking about VR Suba and EJ Sobretodo. The two of them have had a little bit of a rivalry this season, because they've shown that even though VR Suba is the more experienced rider between the two, he has definitely had more under his belt, but we've seen the emergence of EJ Sobretodo in this season. I mean, this man races in 3 different categories, 7 races in one weekend, and he's placed in the top 3 for most of the time that he is out on the track. Sometimes he's won. I mean, who could forget what happened last month when EJ overtook his opponent in the very last corner to win the Angkas Dream Cup. I mean, that was some exciting racing that we saw last month. A very clean race, a very exciting race, and with a lot of highlights. So we expect to see a lot of that in this leg as well, leg number 3. There are 29 riders in the Underbone King. 29 riders. That is a lot. And of course, the 2 top names that you should watch out for is VR Suba and EJ Sobretodo. But do not forget about Joseph Dominic Purino, Masato Fernando, Sean Barshal, Andre Reyes, Kerwin Chang, RR Espiritu, Christian Anderson. These guys can all definitely battle for a podium finish overall. So of course, there is a mixture here between the racers. No, so not all of them are in the same class, in the same division. Some of them are in the expert, some of them are in the intermediate, and but they're racing in the same grid. That's why there are 29 riders in the Underbone King. So just because you finish first, you cross the start-finish line first, you get the checkered flag, it does not mean that, well, it means that you crossed first, but it doesn't mean that you're on top of the podium alone, because there are different categories here. So the first expert that crosses the finish line first will be in the top of the podium for the expert class. For the intermediate, the first intermediate rider that crosses the start-finish line first will be on top of the podium for the intermediate class. So the warm-up is still going on for the other racers out there, and some of the other divisions that we should watch out for, of course, are the scooter division. That's always fun. The Pirelli Cup, the middleweight guys, that's also always fun. The super sport class, the youngsters, that's always something to watch out for as well. And speaking of the Underbone King, let's take a look at the highlights of what happened yesterday in the first race of leg number 3. As you can see, it is a very wet track for these guys. And we will be bringing you the highlights of that race in just a few moments. But yesterday was really wet here at Batangas Racing Circuit. And again, the qualifying, the time trial for each class was done in the wet. Now, today, it looks like it's a little bit drier. I can see, looking outside, there's a little bit of a hint of the sky, a little bit of a hint of the sun. So hopefully it will come out, and that we'll have a full day of racing instead of just a half day. So once again, if you are just joining us, if it does indeed rain here in Batangas, we are going to be cutting down the races. Instead of 2 races per division, per class, we're going to cut it down to 1. If the rain is too strong, we'll wait and see what happens. But as of now, that is the plan. So typically in every race weekend, we have 2 races per division, per class, per category. But once again, if it does indeed come down today, as it did in the past couple of days, we're going to cut that down to 1 with wet tires. Of course, the tires, let's go through the list of the sponsors. Once again, this is the Philippine Superbike Championships 2022, powered by Angkas. Our live coverage is being aired on PSBK TV, on Facebook, and on YouTube. And we would like to thank our sponsors, Ducati, GS Motorcycle Battery, our official battery partner, Petron, our official fuel, Pirelli, our official tire, Alpine Stars, Grentech Solutions, MTRT Racing, Philippine Scooter Racing, Philippine Underbone King, Philippine Superbike Championship, and the Federation of Two Wheels Association of the Philippines. And let's take a look at the highlights of what happened yesterday in the Petron Underbone King. Once again, it is a very wet track, as you can see. And look at the battle here. I mean, it's really impressive that these guys can go at that speed, at that pace, on a track that is that wet. I mean, that takes a lot of guts, that takes a lot of courage, and that takes a lot of trust on yourself, on your skills, and on your team as well. And there they go in the last turn. You can see the top 3 riders there, neck and neck. And the way this race progressed, it was very difficult for these riders to go at a very quick pace because of the wet track. And you can see there are parts of BRC that have a little bit of a puddle, and that's what you want to avoid. You do not want to go in standing waters. You see some of the flags being waved already. There's a red flag that you can see there on the screen. But the way that race ended, VR Suba ended up winning it overall, followed by Sean Barshal, and then Joseph Dominic Porino. That's the top 3 in that category. And then after that, number 4, we had Kerwin Chang, followed by Masato Fernando. EJ Sobretodo was at 6. Christian Anderson was at 7. Ludan Grib was at number 8. Angelo Portal at number 9. Lei Pino Chang finished at number 10. And then we had another Suba at number 11, and that is Holo Suba. Ruel Ruben finished at number 12. Sean Espedilla finished at number 13. Timothy Rojas, number 14. Lucky Pilapil, number 15. Weson Ordonez at number 16. Followed by Lance Gire, and then RR Espiritu, who's usually in the top. So you can see he was affected also by the wet track. King Nazarel Pilapil finished at number 19. Carlo Calderon was at number 20. Romel Enguera at number 21. Jeffrey Allen Olivares at number 22. Mark Johan Ramos at number 23, followed by Roger Solis, Jason Gomez, Christian Pilapil, Andre Reyes, Dwayne Pascual, and Ed Abago. So actually, Dwayne Pascual and Ed Abago did not finish that race. So as you can see, that's 29 different riders on the track, that you're not just battling them wheel to wheel, you're also contending with BRC, which is a very challenging circuit. And on top of that, basa pa rin yung track. So it's going to be a lot of action here in BRC, because it's always tricky to ride in the wet. What more, race in the wet? And of course, when Rainiel gets here, we are going to be discussing that, because he has a lot of experience riding not just in the wet, but also racing in the wet against and competing in the wet, which is not something that comes to natural to people right away. Because usually when you're riding, syempre, you kind of want to be careful when it's wet, but when you're racing, that kind of is thrown out of that's you don't really think about that too much, because you want to beat, of course, your opponent. You want to get to the finish line first. You want to wave that checkered flag. And it's still warm-ups that's happening at the moment. The schedule as of now. That's Pirelli Petron 115 SL and 160 cc Intermediate and Expert Division. After that, we're going to be having the warm-up session of the Pirelli Cup Group 1. And then we have the 155 Super Sports class. And at around 8:30 a.m. or maybe just a little bit later, looks like we are slightly delayed at the moment. We're going to be having the time trial, aka the qualifying, for the MTRT Maxi Scooter 185 class, and that's going to be happening. The scheduled time is at 8:30, but it looks like we are going to be slightly delayed for that time trial. And the first race for Sunday will be the Pirelli Petron Underbone King 155cc SL and 155cc Open, Intermediate, and Expert. So that will be taking place at about 8:50, close to 9 a.m. That's the first race for Sunday, August 7.
Attention, 155 Super Sports and Sports class. Please be ready for your warm-up.
As you heard it right there on your screens, the 155 Super Sport and Sports class getting ready for their warm-up. But right now you see on the track the Pirelli Cup Group 1 out for their warm-up. So the Pirelli Cup Group 1, this is how the time trials ended yesterday. Again, in the wet. Clint Nolasco finished on pole position at P1, followed by Justin Guche at number 2, that is bike number 13. Then bike number 420, Ben Mondragon Jr., that is going to be the top 3 for the Pirelli Cup Group 1 qualification. Ian Ordonez at bike number 28 was at P4. John Timbol, bike number 823 I should say, was at P5. Ralph Andre Loquinario, bike number 31, P6. Emilio Dolores was at P7. Lester Milan finished at P8, followed by Geronimo David, Mickey Mazzo at P10, Christopher Guzman at P12, Bianca Rufino at Christopher Guzman finished at P11, Bianca Rufino at P12, June Alcantara, P13. Kurt Matibag at P14, followed by Abad Angelo. And then Dave Richard Sanchez, Vince Huang, Earl Go at number 18. And rounding up the top 19 was Lawrence Villanueva. Again, here in the Pirelli Cup, you have a mixture of sport bikes and naked bikes. And these are the guys who have progressed from the middleweight category or the smaller bike category on their way up to the super bikes. We also have here different categories. Then we have the middleweight category here joining the Pirelli Cup. So some of these racers are very used to racing in the wet. Some of them are also very used to BRC, but not everybody is. So it's going to be, but although we were here last month, so you expect them to be used to the track a little bit more now, but it's going to be still tricky for them because the track kind of changes when it's wet. That's Lawrence Villanueva on your screens, bike number 125. As you can see, the track is kind of drying up a little bit. It's not as wet as it was earlier this morning or yesterday. It looked like it was just one big puddle everywhere. But today, at least this morning, it looks like it has dried up. There's patches that are still wet, as you can see on the screens right there, but it looks like it's definitely on the way to drying up a little bit more, which is good news for everybody. If you're just joining us, this is the Pirelli Cup Group 1 out on the track for their warm-up session. After these guys, we're going to be having the .155 Super Sports and Sports class for their warm-up, and then we have a time trial. And if you're just joining us, thank you for watching the Philippine Superbike Championship 2022 powered by Angkas, coming to you from the legendary, historic Batangas Racing Circuit in beautiful Batangas. Hope you guys are enjoying your Sunday. And of course, when it is Sunday, you know it is race day. I just love the sound of the ninjas. They always sound good. And something else that you want to watch out for here is when they cross that chicane, when they get through that chicane, the riders, they might want to think about avoiding the paint. When I talk about the paint, I'm talking about syempre yung white lines as well as the red and white lines, because when it's wet, you want to avoid the paint as much as possible because that's where it's slippery. And syempre, you want as much traction as you can so to be able to propel yourself forward. That's the first turn right there in BRCs. You see some of the racers. That's Ian Ordonez on your screens right now. Bike number 28. He's starting at P4. Right behind Ben Mondragon Jr. So the Pirelli, that was the Pirelli Cup Group 1 that was just out on the track. And then up next, we're going to be bringing you the 155 Super Sports and Sports class. That's going to be their warm-up session. And then we have a time trial for the MTRT Maxi Scooter 185 class. Of course, the time trial is the qualification that's going to determine the position of the riders on the starting grid when it comes to their race. And if you're just joining us, it has been a very wet weekend here at the Batangas Racing Circuit. And if it does indeed rain today, hopefully it doesn't. Looking out in the sky right now, it looks like it might be able to hold for the day. If it does rain today, typically in a race weekend, we have 2 races per category. We're going to cut that down to 1. So if you're just joining us, I'm going to repeat that again. We're going to cut down the races to 1 if it does indeed rain, and hopefully it does not. As we see the Super Sport guys about to enter the track, and these are the youngsters. These are the where the love for racing and motorsports begins. And once again, Rainiel Resuelo will be joining us in just a few moments to give us his insights on what is taking place on the track and what the racers are thinking as well, because he has a lot of experience riding in the wet and racing, of course, dito sa Pilipinas. And we're also looking forward to some of the interviews that Phoebe Walker will be doing with some of our racers as well, and maybe some of our team members who have had to prepare for a wet race weekend. So for the Super Sports and Sports class, P1 yesterday from the time trials was Joseph Porino. P2 was Chino Perez, and they were followed by Mark Jason Marmol. That's 1, 2, 3 on the starting grid. And then number 4 was Jared Resultay, followed by Bethany Tolentino, and then Mateo Lopez, Masato Fernando, and Alfonsi Takigan. So Alfonsi is actually one of the youngest racers that's here in the Philippine Superbike Championship. I do believe he's about 13 years old or 14 years old or something like that, but he's out on the track already, and from a racing family, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens to him in the future, if he is going to pursue it, if he is going to be sticking to it, because he has shown good form in the past couple of legs. Bethany Tolentino has also shown to be a very resilient rider dito sa PSBK. But she only finished at P5 yesterday. So of course, once again, it's P1, Joseph Porino, followed by Chino Perez, then Mark Jason Marmol, followed by Jared Resultay, Bethany Tolentino, Mateo Lopez, Masato Fernando, and Alfonsi Takigan did not finish yesterday's time trial. So they are going to be starting 7 and 8 respectively on the starting grid. Those are the last two spots in a 8 bike starting grid. So just to give you an idea that their times yesterday, 2:12.773. That is the time for Joseph Porino, who was P1 for the Super Sports and Sports class. That's significantly slower than what we've seen in the past dito sa BRC, because when you're riding in the wet, your pace is going to be reduced by a significant number. And it's, the second best time that Joseph did yesterday was at 2:13.462, and he did that in lap number 1. His best time was in lap number 2. So you can already tell by where how they've managed to put their best time and their second best time in. They were out on the track as brief as possible, just so that they can get the qualifying time, maybe get another lap in or two, just to see where if they're happy with it. But safety has always been a primary concern dito sa PSBK, and that's why we do have all the necessary safety marshals out on the track. We have ambulances, we have medics. We do take the necessary precautions, especially now when it's a little bit damp, a little bit wet. Again, if you're just joining us, it is drying up a little bit, so hopefully it does manage to stay dry for the races, which are going to be happening in just a few moments. But it still is safety is still something that we take seriously here at the PSBK, and of course, racing, we all know, medyo delikado talaga yan. So we do want to promote racing, but we do want to promote it in a controlled environment, such as the racetrack with all the necessary safety measurements or measures that we have here in BRC. So after the 155 Super Sports and Sports class, we're going to be having the MTRT Maxi Scooter 185 time trial. So again, this is the final warm-up for the day, and it's for the 155 Super Sports and Sports class. And then we have the time trial for the Scooter 185 class. And of course, the time trial will determine the position of the starting grid for the first race later on. The MTRT first race will be taking place at about 12 noon, somewhere around there, if there are no more delays. But the first race already happened yesterday, and that was for the Underbone King. So the second race of the Underbone King this weekend will be happening after the MTRT Maxi Scooter 185 class time trial. And then after that, tuloy-tuloy na yan, all races na after that. Pirelli Cup Group 2 follows. And then the Pirelli Petron PSBK Novice, Intermediate, Open, Master, and Rookie class will follow the Pirelli Cup Group 2. And then after that, we have the 115 SL and 160cc Intermediate and Expert Division. And then Pirelli Cup Group 1, followed by the 155 Super Sports and Sports class. Those are the riders that are out on the track right now for their warm-up session. And then the scooter class, as I mentioned a while ago, the 185 class. Then we're going to take a break for lunch. And then we come back in the afternoon with the Angkas Dream Cup. That was a very exciting race last month. And let's see what happens today. And we're going to round it up with after all the races, the last race for the day will be the 155 Super Sports and Sports class. So those are the racers that are out on the track right now for their warm-up session. And that's the group that we're going to be ending with for race for leg number 3. We do want to thank you guys for tuning in for the third leg of the Philippine Superbike Championship, of course, powered by Angkas. It's been a really exciting and fun season, our first ever broadcast of motorcycle racing dito sa Pilipinas. And we do hope that you guys have enjoyed it and that the sport will continue to grow and the coverage will continue to grow to promote the sport here in the Philippines, and maybe, just maybe, we'll see a lot of Filipino riders competing internationally. There are already Filipino riders competing in Europe, around Asia, and other places around the world. But syempre, we want to get more of us out there, right? We want to be able to put that flag, the Philippine flag, on a motorcycle. I mean, we do see it in MotoGP now. But we do want to have a Filipino rider eventually in MotoGP sometime in the very near future. And we believe that that can happen. We do believe that that can happen eventually. And we've seen guys like Kyle Paz, perform very well in Europe. We've seen Troy Alberto perform very well in Europe as well. TJ Alberto has performed internationally, very, very well internationally as well. So a lot of these guys have performed great in international circuits. But of course, we want to see more. There's so many riders here in the Philippines, registered riders. I believe it's in the 16, 17 million in the Philippines. Those are the registered riders. There's more than that that are not registered. So we do hope that we can promote this sport as best we can, and sana naman we'll see the Filipino racers in international competition racing and representing the Philippines. And we are going to be taking a quick break, and we'll be right back for the Philippine Superbike Championship.
All set. Let's go.
Hi guys, I'm TJ Alberto. I'm a rider this year in the Asia Superbike Championship. I'll be riding in the ASB 1000 on the number 77 Ducati Panigale V4R. So watch out for me on the races. And last year was actually also the 2021 Philippine Superbike champion with the Ducati Panigale V4R. This year, I'm so happy to be part of the Angkas Motorsports family. It's so nice to have gotten this partnership rolling. And I'm really so happy to have the support of you guys. I really feel the love and compassion from you guys about the motorcycling industry, and that's what I'm all about. I really love motorcycles from the very start, ever since I was so young. So thank you so much, and see you all on the road, mga kagulong.
All set. Let's go.
Hi guys, I'm TJ Alberto. I'm a rider this year in the Asia Superbike Championship. I'll be riding in the ASB 1000 on the number 77 Ducati Panigale V4R. So watch out for me on the races. And last year was actually also the 2021 Philippine Superbike champion with the Ducati Panigale V4R. This year, I'm so happy to be part of the Angkas Motorsports family. It's so nice to have gotten this partnership rolling. And I'm really so happy to have the support of you guys. I really feel the love and compassion from you guys about the motorcycling industry, and that's what I'm all about. I really love motorcycles from the very start, ever since I was so young. So thank you so much, and see you all on the road, mga kagulong.
Angkas has always been advocating safety riding. No? Ito yung naging cornerstone po talaga ng Angkas na mapakita sa tao na ang pagsasakay ng motorsiklo, magagawa po natin yan in a safe manner. And yung Angkas Dream Cup is the epitome, no? Talagang the highest level of motorcycle safety riding. So talagang we wanted to really embody that, no? And show everybody na, you know, if you have the talent, you know, take it out of the streets and into the track. Hindi naman po lahat ng tao nakakapag-participate sa motorsports. So, ginawa po natin yung Angkas Dream Cup so that we can bring motorsports down to the grassroots level. Ngayon dun sa 18 million na nagmomotorsiklo, may chance na ngayon, mayaman ka man o mahirap ka, basta meron kang talento sa pagmomotorsiklo, pwede ka sumali sa Angkas Dream Cup. Open po yan. At kung ikaw ay naging champion po dito, we will support you between the partnership of Angkas and Ducati all the way up to international races.
With the proper support, kaya nga yung binibigay ng Angkas is this program where we teach our fellow Filipinos on how to succeed in the international level para maiangat natin na ang Pilipino hindi lang nagmamaneho ng motor pero competitive din internationally, which is pinakita ni Troy Ishe na possible pala.
So that was my first podium in the IDM Championship, which was the German Supersport 300 Championship. So not only was I the first to participate there, but also the first to podium. So of course I'm really proud of myself, but more than that, I'm thankful for all of the support that everyone's been giving me, because it's not a journey that I take alone, but also with a lot of help from other people. I'm really thankful that Angkas is supporting me in my career, in my goal, my dreams. And I'm so proud that they want to do this for not just myself, but also so many other riders. So I hope that the Philippines becomes let's say a motorsport country, because now it's a growing sport. And I think that in a few years, maybe we can have more Philippine riders in international competition.
Magkaiba po yung inisabi natin na basta racing lang, no? Dun sa tinatawag nating motorsports, right? So when you put it in the context of sporting, meron yang rules and regulation, controlled environment yan. And we always exercise the safety of the athletes, the safety of the people that are participating in the sporting event. So talagang dito po natin makikita yung skill ng bawat tao sa pagra-ride nila, but in a controlled and safe environment.
Alam ko na recommended ako ni Kuya TJ, kay Sir George, kasi magkakakilala nga po sila na nag-aangkas nga po si Papa. Tapos yun, marunong din akong rider, kumbaga may experience. Ayun, nagsisimula talaga ako, doon kami kumuha ng pera na pang ano sa karera ko, kasi hindi naman biro yung mga gastos eh. Talagang sinabi ko, bago magkarera, mag-training ako ng training. Nagbunga naman lahat ng hard work. Kahit na sobrang dami kong category, parang wala lang daw nangyari sa akin kasi hindi naman biro yung mga ginawa ko bago pumunta dito eh. Kasi sinasabi nila para daw akong robot. Eh, hindi naman nila nakita kung gaano katagal yung training na ginawa ko bago paghandaan talaga yung mga ganitong bagay.
So meron po tayong karera every month. This is a 6-leg circuit. Our championships po will be at the end of the year. So you'll expect more races to come, and this is just the beginning. I think there's going to be a lot more in store, a lot more exciting stuff for Angkas. And of course, the Angkas Ducati partnership, the Angkas Dream Cup. And kami naman po, ang gusto namin is paano natin ibibigay ang motorsports para sa pangkalahatan. How do we give access to everybody, rich or poor, para magkaroon sila ng tsansa maging champion?
Hi guys, I'm TJ Alberto. I'm a rider this year in the Asia Superbike Championship. I'll be riding in the ASB 1000 on the number 77 Ducati Panigale V4R. So watch out for me on the races. And last year was actually also the 2021 Philippine Superbike champion with the Ducati Panigale V4R. This year, I'm so happy to be part of the Angkas Motorsports family. It's so nice to have gotten this partnership rolling. And I'm really so happy to have the support of you guys. I really feel the love and compassion from you guys about the motorcycling industry, and that's what I'm all about. I really love motorcycles from the very start, ever since I was so young. So thank you so much, and see you all on the road, mga kagulong.
All set. Let's go.
Hi guys, I'm TJ Alberto. I'm a rider this year in the Asia Superbike Championship. I'll be riding in the ASB 1000 on the number 77 Ducati Panigale V4R. So watch out for me on the races. And last year was actually also the 2021 Philippine Superbike champion with the Ducati Panigale V4R. This year, I'm so happy to be part of the Angkas Motorsports family. It's so nice to have gotten this partnership rolling. And I'm really so happy to have the support of you guys. I really feel the love and compassion from you guys about the motorcycling industry, and that's what I'm all about. I really love motorcycles from the very start, ever since I was so young. So thank you so much, and see you all on the road, mga kagulong. Hi guys, I'm TJ Alberto. I'm a rider this year in the Asia Superbike Championship. I'll be riding in the ASB 1000 on the number 77 Ducati Panigale V4R. So watch out for me on the races. And last year was actually also the 2021 Philippine Superbike champion with the Ducati Panigale V4R. This year, I'm so happy to be part of the Angkas Motorsports family. It's so nice to have gotten this partnership rolling. And I'm really so happy to have the support of you guys. I really feel the love and compassion from you guys about the motorcycling industry, and that's what I'm all about. I really love motorcycles from the very start, ever since I was so young. So thank you so much, and see you all on the road, mga kagulong.
All set. Let's go.
All right, welcome back to the Batangas Racing Circuit. This is the third leg of the Philippine Superbike Championship 2022, powered by Angkas. And on the starting grid in just a few moments will be the Underbone King riders. All 29 of them will be on the grid for their second race of the weekend. Vrayar Suba is going to be on the first position on P1 on the starting grid. He is in bike number 14. EJ Sobretodo with bike number 22 will be in P2, followed by Joseph Dominic Porino at P3 with bike number 81. And Masato Fernando, bike number 17, is at P4. And Sean Barshal, bike number 97, is at P5. Now, as I mentioned nga, ito yung second race nila for the race weekend. They did have a race yesterday, and Vrayar Suba managed to finish number 1 overall, followed by Sean Barshal. That's a big improvement here. Sean Barshal started at P5 and finished P2. Joseph Dominic Porino finished at the top 3 yesterday. That's bike number 81. Kerwin Chang and Masato Fernando round up the top 5. EJ Sobretodo, who started at P2, finished at P6 yesterday. He's going to be on bike number 22. Of course, if you've been following the PSBK for the season, you know that EJ Sobretodo is the sponsored rider for Angkas. And he's somebody to watch out for in these races. Siyempre si Vrayar Suba, Sean Barshal, those are names also that are going to be repeated over and over again here at the PSBK, because they've always managed to find ways to make it in the top 3. We want to say hello to all those viewing us, viewing the coverage of the Philippine Superbike Championship on Facebook and on YouTube. Parang maraming fans yung yung Dad's Garage. Team Scram Racing. Siyempre si Clyde Relativo also with a lot of fans. And Clyde Relativo as somebody who's also to watch out for this race weekend, because he does perform, he does join multiple races. He joins 2 races, or 2 categories I should say, so that's 4 races in one race weekend. And that's the Underbone King making their way, or I should say Underbone Kings making their way to the starting grid. And maybe in just a few moments, Phoebe Walker will be with us from the starting grid to talk to some of the racers. I am curious to know kung may mga ibang game plan sila, especially now na medyo basa pa rin yung track. But of course, yesterday it was really wet. It was raining hard yesterday. They did manage to get one race in. And today, the track is drying up. The weather actually has been pretty good for most of the day. And when you look outside, the clouds look like they're separating a little bit. So sana naman we're going to be having good weather for the rest of the day so that we can proceed with all of the races. Because if you're just joining us, sabi ko nga kanina na if it does indeed rain dito sa Batangas in BRC, we're going to cut down the races to only 1 race per category. Usually kasi every race weekend we have 2 races per category, except for the Angkas Dream Cup. That's only just 1. But if it does rain later on, we're going to cut it down to 1. So sana it holds, the weather holds, and that we're going to be having a full day of races because syempre napaka-exciting talaga yung Philippine Superbike Championship. It's been a really fun season so far, and we want to see these racers, of course, perform at their optimum level, and that's when the track is, of course, a little bit more dry. The track does look like it's drying up a little bit more and more as the day progresses. So sana naman after lunch, tuyong-tuyo na yung track, and we'll see them really pushing hard for the races. So once again, this is the second race of the Underbone King for the 3rd leg of the Philippine Superbike Championship. And we are going to get started with this race. There is no warm-up. So once again, here's the order. V.R. Suba, EJ Sobretodo, Joseph Dominic Porino. That is the top 3 on the starting grid. Yesterday, we saw Sean Barshal jump from number 5 to number 2. Sobretodo drop from number 2 to number 6. And here we go. The first race for this Sunday is about to begin. There is no warm-up lap once again. So once they go, they're off. And they are off. Here we go. Great start there by Sean Barshal. But V.R. Suba managing to hold on to the top spot at the moment, entering turn number 1. He is in bike number 14. He still leads the way for the Underbone King category. There he is, bike number 14. That is V.R. Suba. He's followed by not 1, not 2, but 3, or I should say 2 riders as teammates in the yellow bikes. But V.R. Suba has usually dominated the Underbone King. He has a little bit of a gap now. Oh, so we see a rider go down there in the back straight. Let's see if we can find out who that was. Not sure, but that could be Sean Barshal. There is a rider down as Ray Suba heads to the last turn into the main straight. As they cross the start-finish line, bike number 14, Ray Suba still number 1, Masato Fernando number 2, Sean Barshal at number 3, Joseph Dominic Porino at number 4, EJ Sobretodo at number 5. Once again, if you're just joining us, there is a rider down at the back straight. Trying to figure out who that is. We're trying to get confirmation on who that is. But Ray Suba continues to dominate this race. He is currently at number 1. He's bike number 14, Masato Fernando, with bike number 17 right behind him. Followed by Joseph Dominic Porino. Those are your top 3 at the moment. And there is a flag being waved there. They're about to head to the back straight where a rider went down. As you can see, the flags are being waved. The yellow flags are being waved. When the yellow flag is being waved, that means do not overtake. Proceed with caution. May nangyari po dyan. So, bawal po overtake as the safety car is out. As you see, Suba looking at the riders, all looking at what happened. So they have to remain in order. Bawal po overtake ngayon as they head into the chicane. But as it stands, Ray Suba still leading the way in this race. Looks like a teammate of Sean Barshal was down there in the back straight. Masato Fernando currently number 2. And there's going to be a restart. And that's why you see the marshals there at the start-finish line. And so the marshals are trying to move the water. So he looks like he's okay. That is a rider that is down. Teammate po yan ni Sean Barshal. You see the marshals, you see the ambulance. Again, we do understand that this stuff like this can happen, and that's why we have the safety. That's why we have the safety measurements out there. The ambulance is out on the track. The safety car is out on the track. That's Kerwin Chang, who went off in the last turn or in the back straight. So we are going to have a restart here. 5 laps to go in the Underbone King category. The second race for leg number 3. Greetings and salutations to the 138 viewers on the Facebook Live.
And again, we are reminding our spectators, all those who are watching, on the pit wall, you are not allowed to do that at race start.
Again, that is Kerwin Chang, bike number 99.
Please move back. Please move back from the pit wall. Please move back from the pit wall. You are not allowed to watch race start on the pit wall.
The restart is about to take place. Bawal po sa pit wall, sabi daw. So Kerwin Chang, Dwayne Pascual, and Ed Abago are all out of this race. But Kerwin Chang was the one that got into that incident in the back straight as the restart is about to take place. If you're just joining us, this is the third leg of the Philippine Superbike Championship, coming to you from the Batangas Racing Circuit. Ako po si Gino Rufino, and in just a few moments, Rainiel Resuelo will be joining me here on the panel. And of course, Phoebe Walker will be interviewing some of the riders and the racers at the starting grid and at the paddocks.
Of the Pirelli Patron Underbone King 155cc, the Open, the Intermediate Experts category, and of course the SL Street Leader category. Good luck, riders. 6 laps remain for this.
So there are going to be 6 laps to go. Correction, not 5 laps, but 6 laps to go in this race. It's going to be a restart as the red flag was waved.
Opportunity to remind our riders with the Pirelli Cup Group 2. Pirelli Cup Group 2, please get ready for race.
So if you're just joining us, ito po yung second race natin of the Underbone King this race weekend. They had a race yesterday, which Vray Arsuba ended up winning, followed by Sean Barshal, and Joseph Dominic Purino rounded up the podium. But of course, in the starting grid today, Vray Arsuba is going to be followed by EJ Sobretodo, and then Joseph Dominic Purino. That's the top 3 on the starting grid. So there were 29 riders to begin with. 2 of them did not start the race, so there was 27. And then we saw Kerwin Chang go down in the back straight. That means we are down to 26 riders. And of course, joining us right now here on the panel, sabi ko nga kanina, to share his knowledge, Rainiel Resuelo. Brother, good morning.
Good morning, good morning.
Bro, it's been a very wet track
Yes.
dito sa BRC, and syempre I know you've had a lot of experience in BRC and in racing in all different types of conditions. What can the riders expect and what can the viewers expect when the track is wet?
Ayan, good morning. So, may kita natin kanina sa screen, no? Nabanggit mo nga, ano ba yung mga expectation pagka ganitong condition. So, as a rider before, ito yung medyo tricky part na basa, may damp part, and then meron ding mga dry part. So, sa tire selection pa lang, medyo kailangan mo nang i-discuss with the racing team. And of course, mindset ng rider kasi gusto mong humataw usually pagkakarera. Kaso pagka may mga damp na area sa track, yun yung confusing sa mga riders. Hahabulin mo ba yung best time mo? Halimbawa, nakapag-set ka ng lap time yesterday sa qualifying. Hahabulin mo ba yun usually kasi may mga lap timers yung mga riders natin sa mga handlebars nila. So, minsan pag nakikita mong hindi mo nahihit yung lap times mo, medyo confusing, and minsan inisip mo, mabagal ba yung laps ko? Abutan ba ako ng rider behind? So, ayan, yan yung mga challenges ng mga rider ngayon, mixed condition.
So, syempre, ano rin yun eh, di ba yung racing line nag-iiba rin eh because of the wet eh.
Imbis na gamitin mo yung racing line mo during the wet part, mas best pa rin na iwasan yung mga basang part kahit hindi ganun kabilis or ideal yung racing line.
Yeah, so yun nga, sa yesterday, they did manage to get one race in. It's Underbone King, and Vray Arsuba has been really dominant. I mean, he finished in pole position yesterday. He ended up winning the race as well, and then followed by Sean Barshal and Dominic Purino in race number 1. That was your podium finishers. Si EJ Sobretodo in that race qualified P2, kaya lang ended up all the way down in P6. So you could see the difference there. I guess, Rainiel, ano rin yun eh, diba? Because EJ, although he's raced before, he's really just getting into it more now. So, syempre, yung experience niya in the wet, siguro is not as much as some of the other guys.
Ang hirap mag-comment kasi based dun sa usually kasi pagka umulan talagang everybody's game naman eh.
Oo.
Basta kung ma-maintain mo yung groove mo. Usually ano na yun, sa feel na ng rider eh, kung flowing ba siya sa track kasi slight hesitation will affect yung lap times mo.
Oo.
And knowing BRC, ang daming nating corners dito, left and right, may mga off-camber. So ayan, pagka nawala yung groove mo during wet race, ang bilis makikita yun sa result.
Is it yung pag wet? There are people who say na great equalizer yung wet. Totoo ba yun?
Totoo siya dahil usually yun nga nabanggit natin kung sino yung magandang gising. Sino yung magandang gising, sino yung pinaka-komportable. Kasi yung hesitation mo lang hindi lang sa pag-corner eh, even sa pag-apply mo ng brakes. Yun yung confusion. And sa mga rider natin na nanonood and wala pang experience racing in the rain, minsan iisipin mo na pagka nag-apply ba ako ng brakes agad-agad, mas madulas or habang pabagal doon ko bibigyan ng pressure. Yun yung confusing sa mga newbie riders na sa iba, it's better na i-apply mo agad yung brakes. Kasi at least may momentum pa yung bike from straight eh. Hindi kagaya pagka bumagal na yung bike, tapos approaching turn, dun ka mag-apply ng brakes. Mas dudulas yung bike.
Yeah.
Yun yung isa sa mga survival reaction na iniiwasan natin sa racetrack.
Survival reaction.
SR. Pagka may ganun,
Importante yun.
pag may ganun ka, medyo magre-reflect ka agad sa lap times mo. So, iwasan ng SR.
You can see the racers making some final preparations there as a starting grid natin. There is a restart. There's going to be 5 laps to go. Again, there was a confusion there. It's only 5 laps to go, and in this restart, Ray Arsuba, who's throughout the season, Reina, we've said his name so many times. Parang siya talaga yung isang favorite natin dito kasi he's always in the top 3.
Sorry, kakaroon lang ng issues tong headset ko. So ayan, balik tayo kay EJ.
Ray Arsuba. But can you tell na syempre you've been a racer for most of your life, no? I mean, but can you tell watching somebody na may saka ito, magaling to?
Oo, kita ka agad 'yan. Yun yung kagandahan ng motorsports, medyo mababawasan yung comments lang eh. Kasi once na inorasan mo, kahit saan pa siya dumaan, ano pang itsura niya sa track, once na nakita mo yung lap time, yun na kagad yun eh. May kita mo na kagad yung potential ng rider. So, yun. Lap times talaga. Yun ang kagandahan sa motorsports.
Looking at the starting grid, no, the person in P2, sa harap niya, basa ka agad. may konting puddle doon. How will that affect the start for whoever is in that position yung P2?
Yun, medyo malaki yun. Kasi even as, ako, ritual ko yun, na gusto ko nililinis yung kung saan ako mag-start. Lalo na yung back part, yung gulong, kung nasan yung gulong na position. And yung dadaanan ko. Kasi pwede mo pa yan eh. Pwede mo pang walisin, pwede mo pang i-blower or something. Para lang ma-make sure na walang dulas yung gulong pagka nag-take off ka.
So when you look out in the sky right now, it looks like the clouds are showing signs of sun. Konti. May konting patches of sun that we can see. And hopefully this will continue, or at least the sun will come out later on today so that we can continue. Because we got word nga kanina, Reniel, na if it does indeed rain, tuloy pa rin yung mga karera. Kaya lang, instead of 2 races per category, 1 na lang, isa na lang.
Oo. Yun nga yung gusto kasing i-make sure ng organizers natin and tire supplier na yung safety pa rin yung priority for our riders. So tulad ngayon, mukhang magiging dry yung race kasi tong dry part sa track na nakikita natin ngayon sa screen, enough yan to use as slick tires compared to rain tire.
Yeah. And syempre, pag rain tire yung gamit mo, you're slower.
Hindi, actually, yung mga unang laps, halimbawa kung 8 laps lang, matatapos niya eh. Kaya niyang i-replicate sa tingin ko yung lap times.
Okay.
Hindi lang kasing bilis ng naka-slick tire sa
Okay.
toyo.
Okay.
And mas mabilis maubos yung gulong.
Okay.
Baka makuha mo yung best time mo on the first 3 laps and then magdi-deteriorate na.
Okay.
Ayan.
So here we go. The restart is about to begin. As you see some of the marshals doing the final preparations. Once again, 5 laps to go. And we want to say hello to the 170 people watching us currently on Facebook Live. And of course, more on YouTube as well. So if you're just joining us, Kerwin Chang went down earlier in this race. That's why there is a restart. And the lights are on and they are off. Great start here once again for VR Suba and Joseph Dominic Porino. As VR Suba, he's in bike number 14. Heading into the first turn.
Grabe yung naging improvement ni Joseph Porino, no? Racing dun sa mga entry-level classes ngayon. Nasa UBK na siya. Underbone King Championship 155cc.
And you know, in a race like this, Rainiel, no? Parang if you're leading dun sa top in the first couple of laps, it does not mean you're gonna win the race. Kasi in some of the other races, we see like pag may lamang ka na, it usually will finish that way. Pero yung mga underbone, parang maraming overtaking eh.
Oo, madami pang overtaking. Pero, again, syempre, pagka may clear track ahead ka, better for me kasi of course, maiiwasan mo na yung mas bababa yung risk of accident kasi wala kang iniiwasang ibang rider, meron kang clear track, ikaw magsiset ng pace, kung kaya mo bang i-push all the way. Alam mo, tulad ngayon, nag-red flag, nabawasan tayo ng number of laps. So, siguro kaya na niya i-sustain yung lap time. Usually naman kasi, hindi nila madire-diretso kasi kino-conserve nila yung tires or may tinatago pa silang base. So, yan.
So as you can see right now on your screens, getting out of the chicane, VR Suba still leading the way, bike number 14, followed by Joseph Dominic Porino, bike number 81. Sean Barshall started at P2, but he is now at P5. He's the yellow bike. As they head into the last turn, heading into the start-finish line. So VR Suba leads the way P1, followed by Porino P2, EJ Sobretodo P3. Sean Barshall now P4 as they head to the first turn. Here at the Batangas Racing Circuit, Sean Barshall manages to get P3 at the moment.
So 4 laps to go for our riders. Nahaluan tayo ng intermediate class, no? So, galing. Nakakapag-top 3 siya with all the expert riders.
Yan, to see Joseph Dominic Porino, intermediate category.
Bike number 81.
Pero nandyan siya, bakbakan sa top, for overall number 1 against VR Suba, no less.
Looks like they have same bike decals. So, teammates with the same bike. Yan nga yung sinasabi natin na hindi mo malaman yung pressure pagka you're racing against your teammate. Kasi you have the same engine, you have the same equipment. So talagang skills.
Oo, pero yung setup pag teammates pareho?
Actually hindi rin, lalo na kung magkaiba kayo ng weight, ibang suspension setting, and magkakaiba if may mga aggressive na rider, may mga rider naman na gusto nag-carry ng more corner speed, so yung stiffness ng suspension medyo magkaiba.
So right now, VR Suba number 1, Joseph Dominic Porino number 3, and Masato Fernando, bike number 17 at number 3. So I should say that Joseph Dominic Porino at number 2 and Masato Fernando, bike number 17 at number 3. Followed by Sean Barshall, bike number 2. Bike number 97 is at number 4. And EJ Sobretodo as well contending. So we see the top 5 riders here. crossing the start-finish line. There it is. Suba, Porino, Fernando. That's the top 3, followed by Sobretodo and Barshal. That is the top 5. RR Espiritu, number 6. Andre Reyes, number 7. Ruel Ruben at number 8.
So, naset ni Masato Fernando yung best lap time ngayong race, no? Acknowledge lang natin, syempre, one of our more experienced rider, having international experience, riding with Asian Road Racing Championship, now competing in our national series. Masato Fernando.
And Masato Fernando applying a lot of pressure here on Ray Suba. Two very experienced riders. But kitang-kita si Joseph Dominic Porino not far behind. And there's a battle going on right here between Suba and Fernando. Can that play into the can Porino actually take advantage of that?
Oh, I'm sure. Kasi even yung slipstream, as long as hindi niya mindset na more experience si Sato, no? Pero looking dun sa racing nila ngayon, mukhang ano naman, willing siyang makipag-dice with Masato Fernando. Kasi usually pagka may mas senior na rider, medyo may konting respect eh. Usually natatakot kang gitgitin or iniisip mo gigit-gitin ka.
Yung mga veteran moves.
Eh ngayon mukha namang wala kasi sobrang dikit pa rin niya kay Sato.
But look at the top 5 riders that we have here. We mentioned the top 3. They are followed by Sobretodo and Barshal. As we see them cross the start-finish line, they are neck and neck, these top 5 riders. It's Suba, Fernando, Porino, Sobretodo, Barshal, Espiritu, Reyes, and Ruben. That is your top 8 currently as they head to turn number 1. And kitang-kita na natin, the top 5, medyo may distance na to the rest of the pack.
And dalawa lang yung teammate dito, no? Yung bike na may pares na SEC, and then Sato riding on a different team. EJ Sobretodo on a different team, and Barshal racing with JBT.
If you're just joining us, this is the second race for the Underbone King. This leg number 3. The first race happened yesterday and it was won by VR Suba, and he is leading the way here with 2 laps to go. So Suba and Fernando, they are still going at it. But don't count out Porino, Barshal, and Sobretodo because the 5 of them are really going at it, as Sean Barshal has overtaken a couple of riders and he is currently at P2.
So yan yung kagandahan ngayon with VR Suba. Wala pang nag-i-inside line sa kanya. Meron pa rin siyang clear track. So siya pa rin nagsiset ng pace for this race.
Start to finish, as of now, VR Suba still leading the way.
And may kita mo yung dicing between our 4th and 5th rider, no? Talagang hihiwalay ka sa pack pagka you're not using the ideal racing line.
Here they go into the last turn as they cross the start-finish line. Suba, Barshal are your top 2 at the moment, followed by Fernando. Sobretodo at number 4, Porino number 5, RR Espiritu number 6, Portal 7, Ruben number 8. So
approaching our last lap, no, EJ Sobretodo set the best time of 1 minute 54.7 seconds. He's really pushing to be in the podium spot.
So we've seen so many different so many different orders already, but the only thing that we haven't seen is anybody overtake VR Suba.
So from 5th, EJ Sobretodo now on 3rd place on the podium spot. So kita natin nakikita yung dalawang rider and he used the outside line. Usually pagka overtake ka kasi sa outside, you're carrying more corner speed. Galing.
Look at the top 3 right there. That's less than 0.5 of a second separating them. Rayar Suba, bike number 14, still ahead. But he is being challenged. Now Sobretodo is at second. But Fernando getting that position back as they cross the chicane. Looks like Sean Barshal has fallen behind here. There's only top 4 at the moment. As we head to the last corner. Almost three. The three of them almost side by side entering the last corner. But it looks like that's EJ Sobretodo right now. But Rayar Suba getting the start finish once again. It's Suba, Sobretodo, Porino, Fernando, Barshal, Espiritu, Portala, CC, Sean Barshal there. That's why he was no longer in the top 5. Because he went off the track. But what a finish once again there between Rayar Suba and EJ Sobretodo. All the way photo finish.
Yeah, and kung naalala nyo, no, approaching last lap, pang 5th place pa siya. Then now, almost winning a race, finished first runner-up.
EJ Sobretodo, sabi nga niya that yung last month, na he usually waits until the last lap. Diba? Parang gusto niya, like, he waits until the last lap before he makes his move. He made his move here in the last turn, the same place where he did the last move in the last lap in the Angkas Dream Cup. He almost was able to stick it. However, Rayar Suba showing that experience, showing that class that he's in, and manages to get the race, and he wins back-to-back Underbone King races this race weekend. Fantastic race there between the top 5 riders. Unfortunately for Sean Barshal, he went down there entering the chicane as we take a look at some of the highlights from this race. So from start to finish, Rayar Suba was really leading the way, except for that last lap where for a moment EJ Sobretodo did have him. Pero talagang pinakita ni Rayar Suba yung ano niya, yung racecraft niya. Once again, we want to say hello to the 250 viewers that we have on Facebook Live, and of course there are more on YouTube. This was a fun race, the Underbone King. Actually, masaya talaga yung mga underbone, yung mga smaller displacements kasi the riders are so close to each other. And they're always maraming overtaking. It's just it's filled with action.
Even with different teams, no, magkakaibang bike setup yan, magkakaibang parts, pero they're running on a similar race pace.
After this, we're going to be bringing you the Pirelli Cup Group 2, and that's going to be race number 1 for them. And there it is. You see the joy of victory and the agony of defeat. Pero silang dalawa gumanon eh. Pero yung isa, kita mo frustration. Pero yung isa talaga happy, di ba?
Ang lapit na eh. And kung plinano niya yun na talagang last lap or last lap siya mag-overtake, sobrang frustrating yun.
Kasi
konti na lang eh.
Nakuha na niya eh. Nakuha. But Suba had that, I guess, a little bit more momentum entering that last very, very last stretch as they crossed the start-finish line. And that's why he was able to edge out EJ Sobretodo. Less than a second, less than 0.5 of a second, the two of them in that final run to the finish line. But it was a fun race para sa Underbone King. And once again, we're going to be bringing you the Pirelli Cup Group 2 in just a few moments. But Rainiel, it's been an interesting season. I mean, so far we've seen the dominant riders kind of show themselves dito sa season na to. Suba has been one of them. Sobretodo has been another one of them. And what's interesting is that these guys race in different categories.
And kung makikita nyo, no, yung lap times from yesterday na umuulan na 2 minute 2 second from Rayar Suba. Ngayon, 1 minute 54. So, ilang segundo talaga yung pinagkaiba during wet and dry race.
And of course, the track looks like it is drying up a little bit. Sana naman it will dry up the rest of the day. And I don't mind na walang araw. Basta hindi basa yung track.
Oo, basta hindi basa yung track.
I'm sure the riders will appreciate it also na it's not so sunny. Kasi syempre, pag naka-race suit ka, di ba, napakainit niyan
Oo. Pero usually may mga mga kakaibang rider na gusto nila yung ulan or mas mabilis talaga sila sa ulan. So, kung mapansin mo, no, yung result from yesterday saka ngayon, yung top 6 natin, sila pa rin. Sila pa rin, umulan or umaraw.
That's right.
Sila pa rin yung nandun sa podium spot or top 6 na position.
So Pirelli Cup Group number 2 is happening in just a few moments. And yesterday, in the qualifying time, in the time trials, Clyde Relativo was able to get P1, followed by EJ Sobretodo. Imagine this. He just finished a race just now in the Underbone King. He goes to the pit, gets off the bike, gets on another bike, and goes back out on the track.
On a different bike and different displacement, no? So, yun yung i-highlight din natin. So, he used underbone. Ibig sabihin nito, yung fuel tank niya is nandun sa upuan. And then, tong tatakbuhan naman niya is a proper SBK look. Bike na nasa harap naman yung tangke.
Saka this is the first season that he's riding big bikes, racing big bikes. Usually sabi nga niya na mga smaller displacement bikes, medyo sanay na siya doon. But now he's going to be racing a 400cc bike and medyo nanibago ng konti. We saw him in Clark sa first leg na medyo gigil pa masyado, but he said he learned from that.
And para sa mga viewers natin, no, para ma-imagine nyo yung pinagkaiba, if he's using an underbone bike and then bigla siyang tumawid sa bigger displacement or mas malaking bike, yung mga plate sa gym, kung 20 kilos, yun yung dala-dala mo ngayon. So pag lumiliko ka, tumitigil ka, nag-accelerate ka, yun yung additional effort na kailangan mong i-handle riding a bigger displacement bike.
I am curious, Rainiel, you have a lot of experience moving up from the smaller displacements to the superbikes, no? Does there come a time na, let's say, EJ should concentrate on one category or maybe two? Kasi he races in 3 different categories. Should he concentrate a little bit more on the big bikes or okay lang siya dun sa smaller displacements or all?
Sa ngayong taon siguro, no, hindi ko sure kung anong game plan ng racing team nila, which is Angkas Motorsports. Pero syempre, kung gusto niya mag-focus and to win a championship, talagang kailangan niya mag-focus sa isang displacement para mas, syempre, yung effort. Number 1, yung binanggit ko kanina, di ba? Pag nagbibigay ka ng input sa handlebar or applying brake pressure, magkaiba. So pag nasasanay kang umiikot ka sa lighter bike, syempre yung brake pressure mo iba, pag nagbibigay ka ng input iba. And then ngayon, walang brake na ibang category, diretso ka agad siya. So hopefully, makapag-adjust siya ng mabilis para hindi maka-apekto to dun sa mga unang laps. Usually dun mo lang naman may kita First 2 to 3 laps, medyo mag-iiba, and then mag-a-adapt na ulit siya.
Saka physically, di ba? Nakakapagod talaga yun eh.
Physically, sa tingin ko naman, mukhang physically fit naman and nag-prepare talaga si EJ Sobretodo. Ano lang talaga, yung risk kasi for a racing team, para magkaroon din ng perspective yung mga viewers natin, no? If you're investing on a certain class na gusto mong manalo, for example, yung 400, and merong investment yung team na certain amount or certain effort, na hindi ka pwede ma-aksidente sa ibang category kasi nag-invest ka na ng malaki sa class na yun para makuha. Lalo na kung aakyat ka ng division after winning that division.
Yeah.
So, ayan.
So we'll see. We'll see what happens here as the season progresses para kay EJ Sobretodo and Team Angkas Motorsports to see if concentrate ba siya sa isa or does he continue to do all?
Or kung packet na siya sa big bikes.
Or
diba?
packet na siya
Pwede
talaga.
siya mag-novice superbike if ever.
So Phoebe is at the starting grid with some of the racers. Let's toss it to her. Phoebe?
Yes, hi. Good morning. A gloomy morning to you guys, Gino and Rainiel. I am here on the grid to speak to EJ Sobretodo, who is currently taking up position number 2. Babalikan natin si number 1 later. Hi, EJ. Kamusta? How are you feeling today?
Hello po. Okay naman. So, bali kakatapos ng race 2 ko sa Underbone. Muntik na natin makuha yung champion, onti na lang. Pero Ganun talaga hanggat di pa mawagayway ang checkered flag, di pa tapos. Pero ngayon, okay naman ako, masaya naman ako sa bike ko ngayon. So hoping na maka-podium ngayong araw at sana agad sa race to mamaya.
Yes, so tulad last leg, marami kang pinaghanda ang karera. Ngayon, ilan naman ang race mo for this day?
Ganun pa rin, same pa rin po, 7 races pa rin po. Wala naman po nadagdag pero ganun pa rin, marami pa rin karera. Ang kagandahan lang ngayon, hindi ganun kainit. So yung pagod na lesson, kaya sana ngayon mabigay ko pa yung best ko pa talaga.
Tama. Yes, meron ka bang priority dun sa 7 races mo?
Halos lahat po priority. So kailangan manalo po lahat.
Alright, so what is your game plan for this Pirelli Group number 2?
Ano lang, step by step lang. Kung hindi kaya sa umpisa, abang-abang lang muna. Kasi mahaba pa yung laps. Kailangan magtipid din sa gulong. So, abang-abang lang sa mga mangyayari sa loob.
Okay, thank you very much, EJ. Mag-uusap tayo ulit later for sure. Good luck ha, and take care. All right, so we are going to move on to Clyde Relativo, who is taking up our pole position right now. Hi, Clyde. Hello, good morning. Kamusta? Ano ang feeling mo? Is this your first race for today?
Yes, ma'am. Ito po. First race for today.
And yesterday was a lot wetter than today, ano? Buti na lang nakisamang panahon. Paano ka nag-a-adjust kapag basa ang course?
Siyempre po, pagka basa yung track is nagpapalit po kami ng tires, which is yung wet tires. Pero kahapon po medyo naging tricky kasi uulan tapos matutuyo. So buti ngayon, mabait yung panahon. Umaraw, natuyo yung track.
Yes. Okay, so ano expectation mo sa race today?
Yun po, as usual, safe po makatapos. And yun, para sa lahat din, safe kami lahat.
Thank you, Clyde. Good luck ha. I hope you keep your position. All right, now let us move on to number 3, Casey Clammer, who is racing bike number 9. Oh, 29. Dito tayo kay Kirk, sorry. Linipat tayo. Kirk. Hi! Hello po, magandang umaga. How are you feeling today?
Medyo kinakabahan po kasi hindi po maintindihan yung forecast po eh. Kung uulan or araw, medyo crucial po sa tire decision eh. And besides sa mga opponents ko po, sana makadikit sa unahan para makakuha po ng magandang resulta.
Okay, so we are with Kirk Domingiano. Ayan. So paano ang nagiging strategy mo kapag ganun? Ano ang game plan ninyo ng team mo?
Sa first 2 laps o 3 laps sa first half of the race, ang plan po namin is kahit papaano makasunod po muna sa first pack, and after that po pag nakabuntot po tayo, dun po ako gagawa ng strategy kung paano po ako mapupunta sa unahan kung kaya po.
So what is your expectation for today?
Sobrang hirap po kasi medyo sobrang lalakas po ng mga nasa unahan pero I'll do my best po and God is with me naman po all the time.
Yes, God is with you. All right, good luck, and back to you, Gino and Rainiel.
Thank you very much, Phoebe Walker, for talking to some of our racers down there. Now, sabi nga kanina, no, they're medyo confusing yun eh, kasi sometimes medyo damp yung track, medyo dry, medyo basa. What can you do? What can you do if you're a team, if you're the rider? How do you prepare for something like that?
Ako personally, ako yung madalas nagtitry ng mga gulong. Minsan nagpe-pay off, minsan naman nagba-backfire. So usually kasi pagka may kita mo lalo na pagka yung lap time mo hindi naman talagang sobrang competitive. Okay lang mag-try ng ibang gulong. Pero ngayon sobrang more than 80% to you eh. So ano na, no-brainer na, kaya slick tire.
Yes.
Ikaw na mag-adjust dun sa mga ibang dump part. Pero pagka medyo 60-40, medyo madilim, feeling mo uulan pa kalagitnaan ng race, yun, pwede kang mag-gamble na mag-try ng rain tire.
Yeah, and of course, sometimes a rain is won or lost in a decision like that. No? Whether you're going to use the wet tires or the rain tire or the dry. And so ito po yung may warm-up lap tayo for the Pirelli Cup Group number 2. These are the 400cc bikes. So, dito sa Pilipinas, we call 400cc bikes a big bike na.
Oo. And allowed na sila sa
expressway. But sa mga ibang bansa, yung 400cc, maliit pa yun eh.
Oo. Actually, pwedeng kinakarera na siya mga 16 years old. Oo. Magandang starting platform, lalo na kung talagang gusto nilang umabot sa bigger bikes.
So as you see, the marshals are letting them on the track batch by batch. Yan po si EJ Sobretodo on your screens. Clyde Relativo, who has been the favorite in this category since the beginning of the season.
And for me, ito masasuggest ko to na starting na platform sa mga gustong mag-track day, no? Even though you can afford the bigger bikes, pero gusto nyo subukan yung racetrack, mas maganda magsimula sa lower displacement para at least ma-feel mo yung track, cornering, input sa bike, hindi yung parang lagi ka lang nagpipigil sa speed ng bigger displacement na motor.
Saka there's a truth to the saying, no, na it's more fun to ride a slow bike fast than a fast bike slow.
Yes.
Totoo yun.
Totoo. I'm sure na experience mo to nung kumarera ka sa 4 wheels, no? Na mas yung dicing, iba, mas nakakapag-late brake ka, pinipilit mong agahan yung throttle. So, ganun na ganun sa bike, syempre mas mararamdaman mo lang, no, dahil talagang nasa labas ka eh. Nakahanginan ka, nafe-feel mo yung bigat ng motor. Lalo na yung acceleration, yun yung nakakapagod sa bigger displacement, yung acceleration ng motor.
So this is our second race for the day. This is the Pirelli Cup Group 2. Ito po yung mga 400cc motorcycles. The two guys to watch out for here, no question, is Clyde Relativo and EJ Sobretodo. Clyde Relativo has dominated EJ so far dito sa 400cc category sa Pirelli Cup Group 2. But EJ, we've seen him, syempre, sabi nga niya kanina kay Phoebe na every race weekend, he joins 7 races.
7 races.
That is no joke. And he just finished the race before he went out on the track for warm-up.
And hopefully natuyo yung mga race suit nila, no, from yesterday. Na qualifying in race 1, I'm sure nabasa sila sa ulan.
For sure. Pero how much does that affect a rider? As in, mabigat ba yung suit pag ganun?
Ako, gusto ko nag-raincoat kasi yung focus naman, pagka mas mababa yung body temperature mo, makaka-apekto yun sa reflexes mo, focus, and overall na riding experience. Yung basang medyas, medyo matitiis mo pa.
So this is the Pirelli Cup Group number 2. Clyde Relativo is at P1, followed by EJ Sobretodo P2, Casey Clamor P3, Sean Rocky Francisco P4, Boston Lim P5.
So another experienced rider joining us, Rizaldi Canare, Kirk Domingiano, Rod Valdez, and second place sa lightweight super sport natin, James Chan.
Here we go. Great start there by Clyde Relativo, getting the jump. As well as bike number 29. So EJ Sobretodo drops 1 spot at the moment. He is currently at P number 3. Clyde Relativo has really dominated the 400cc category this season so far. And he also races in multiple categories. You know? He had a little bit of a tank slapper there. But Clyde Relativo is somebody who races in 4 races per race weekend. 2 different categories.
Yun ang kagandahan, no? Yung orientation niya sa bike is similar. Of course, magkaiba yung power and weight, pero similar. Hindi kagaya if you're riding a scooter, underbone and then.
So Relativo still leading the way, followed by EJ Sobretodo. As they head into the chicane at the back of BRC.
dito natin makikita, no? Nalaman naman natin from last race na nagkaroon ng training sessions between Troy Alberto, TJ, and EJ for Angkas Motorsport Development Program. So, makikita natin dito yung effects ng training.
Of course, Troy Alberto also had a race in Prague.
Yeah.
Last weekend. And
finishing top
10.
8 and 10.
Yeah, finishing in points.
So, bike number 27 is Rizaldi Cañare. Another experienced rider. He used to race in Philippine Superbikes. And Underbone King now racing in 400cc class.
Relativo leading the way to Sobretodo. Still here in lap number 2, 6 laps to go. Yung strategy ni EJ, yung he'll wait until the later part of the race to make a move. Does that work dito sa 400cc?
Hindi ko sure kasi ako, even though kahit mas mabilis yung pace ko that day, talagang gusto ko agad mapunta sa harap. Again, less risk, ma-red flag man, nasa harap ka, kung ano man mangyari, nandun ka na sa top spot.
Yeah.
So, medyo risky yung yung nagtitira ka.
Oh my goodness, Clyde falls down there in the back and EJ Sobretodo capitalizing on it.
And malaking magiging malaking factor for the overall championship points nilang dalawa. So, medyo makaka-angat si EJ ngayon for championship points. Or mag-even out, from Clark.
Yes. Remember, in the first race of the season in the 400cc category in Pirelli Cup Group 2, EJ Sobretodo in the very last lap, trying to catch up with Clyde Relativo, took a spill, did not finish in the points, and ended up with 0.
Yep.
But now he is leading the way, and Clyde Relativo is no longer going to finish this race. At least it doesn't seem like he's going to finish this race at the moment. But he is back on the track. That's Clyde Relativo. Let's see if he stays out. But Sobretodo now capitalizing on that development. There's EJ Sobretodo, the Angkas 400cc motorcycle, bike number 22. Nobody near him at the moment. But we saw that's this where Clyde went down in the back. That's the very same place where we had a rider, Kerwin Chang, go down in the Underbone King category.
So yun nga yung napag-usapan natin kanina, na medyo confusing kung kaya mo bang i-push talaga yung mga same push pagka tuyo. Kasi ngayon mukhang ganun na eh. Pero I'm sure yung track temperature is magkaiba pa rin. Hopefully nakapag-pitboard na sila, or hindi ko sure kung aware si EJ na low side si Clyde. So again, makikita natin kung may magsisenya sa pitboard ni EJ na meron na siyang lead.
He has a very big lead at the moment. That's EJ Sobretodo, who just finished racing in the Underbone King, went to the 400cc bike, and now cruising.
It looks like alam na niya. Looks like alam na niya.
But there is still 5 laps to go in this race. We saw a very experienced rider in Clyde Relativo go down in the back. So anything can still happen here.
Yep. Pero once na magbaba siguro ng intensity si EJ, no, mas bababa din yung risk. Hopefully, wag siya ma-out of focus. Still have 4 laps to go for EJ.
EJ Sobretodo, if you're just joining us, was racing in the race previous to this in the Underbone King. As he's looking back, and he doesn't see anybody whatsoever.
Nagdalawang beses siyang tingin just to make sure, nasan na sila?
Wala talaga.
Nasan na sila?
If you're EJ at this point, do you take care of the bike and make sure that you avoid any situations here where you might make a spill.
Yes, kasi wala naman, kumbaga hindi na counted kung malaki man yung maging gap mo from second place. Ang mahalaga is ikaw yung unang makatawid and matapos mo yung karera. And very rare opportunity yung mga ganito. So, hopefully makapitalize niya para ma-even out niya yung points from first round na mistake.
So we still are trying to get confirmation if Clyde Relativo did stay out on the track. But at the moment, on your screens, EJ Sobretodo crossing the start-finish line alone. As he's making his way to first turn, that's only when you see the other riders behind him show up on your screens. And it does look like Rainiel, medyo he's kind of slowed down a little bit the pace, just to be sure.
Oo. And wala sobrang layo talaga ng next rider from him. So no point of risking it.
Pero syempre, it's easier to say that when we're here in the panel, no? But when you're there on the racetrack, the adrenaline pumping, especially him, because his adrenaline was on a high just before this race. And medyo nagigil siya dun sa first race kasi he almost won it, pero in the very last, I don't know, looks like about 100 meters, that's when Bayar Suba managed to overtake him again and he had to settle for second.
Or nakatulong din sa kanya, no? Dahil pump siya.
Pwede rin.
First lap pa lang, on the go na siya. On the go na.
Pero yung start niya hindi maganda eh. He dropped a place right away dito sa start ng the Pirelli Cup, but managed to get it back before the first lap was finished.
And advantage din yun, no? Na alam niya kung saan yung mga dry part.
Oo nga.
Alam na niya yung kung saan pwede mag-push, saan iiwas.
Oo nga. Kasi nakita na niya yun eh. Nakita si Clyde.
Fresh na fresh.
Hindi pa nakita ni Clyde yun eh. Yung last turn na yun eh. Yung back straight na yun eh. So EJ Sobretodo with a very comfortable lead here as he makes his way into the main straight. He is followed by Rizalde Cañare, Kirk Dominguano, and that is your top three at the moment. Rod Valdez is number 4, Boston Lim number 5, Casey Edward Clamor number 6, Chino Perez 7, and then you have James Chan number 8. This is our second race of the race weekend. I should say third race of the race weekend, second race for Sunday.
Parang iba yung paint scheme ng bike ngayon, no? Parang mas bago. Mas bago.
Mas blue.
Mas blue.
Of course, Angkas Motorsports, new to the scene. They found EJ. They sponsored EJ. And he has responded with victories. Of course, syempre, malaking tulong siguro yon when riders like Troy Alberto and TJ Alberto help him out.
Share knowledge. And of course, Troy is using an identical bike.
That's right.
In a world championship. So iba yung preparation doon. I'm sure iba yung standards. So madaming na share na knowledge with TJ.
Troy Alberto, the first Filipino to score points over there in Europe for his category. So, here we go, entering the last lap. EJ Sobretodo should be able to cruise to victory here. Cañare is P2, Valdez P3, Dominguano P4, Lim 5, Clamor 6, Perez 7. And Joshua Navarro manages to overtake James Chan for P8. I think yun nga sabi mo rin yung malaking advantage kay EJ na nakita na niya yung track before the other yung competitors niya.
Sila medyo nangangapa pa. Si
Oo.
EJ game na.
And he's about to lap some back markers here. With 1 lap to go. And as the season progresses, it's going to be interesting to see the continued, I'm sure, the rivalry now between Sobretodo and Clyde Relativo will be fun to watch when we head back to the Clark International Speedway.
Makita natin mamaya ang bawian nila.
Oo.
And if makita natin yung overall championship points.
And there's Sobretodo about to pass a back marker, entering the last corner. As EJ Sobretodo, who just finished the Underbone King, second place, here he is crossing the finish line, first overall in the Pirelli Cup Group 2, and his first victory in the 400cc category, followed by Cañare, Valdez, Dominguano, Lim, Clamor, Perez, and Navarro. That rounds up your top 8 for the Pirelli Cup Group 2. Fantastic victory here para kay EJ Sobretodo, the Angkas-sponsored rider.
And for our lightweight super sport class, no, Boston Lim won that class, followed by James Chan and Homer Sabang. Top 3. Looks like tinapos ni Clyde Relativo at 13th place. So malalaman natin if pang 5th ba siya sa class niya or paano nila mabibilang yung championship points.
Yung points. Actually, for medyo importante talaga yun. No? I mean, he managed to stay out on track and finish the race. And it looks like he is going to score some points for his overall championship for the season.
Kasi kung tama ako ng bilang, 25 points for first place, 22, 20, 18, 16. So, 16. That's a lot pa din compared to 0. Some championship are won by just 1 point. And dun sa case ni TJ and Marvin last time, parang half point lang or 1 point lang.
EJ Sobretodo waving at the cameras. Finally gets a win in the 400cc category. And he still has 5 races to go.
5 races to go. Pero mag-iiba ngayon kasi galing sa win. So yung confidence, ibang boost.
But sometimes may gigil factor ba yan as we take a look at the highlights here. There's a good start there by Clyde Relativo. And yun nga, medyo slow start ni EJ, but he manages to get it back right away before the end of the first race. There's that first wobble there of Relativo as we enter the back straight. And this is where he has that incident here, that right-hander. Yung nag-overtake si EJ sa kanya, dito, konting pressure kay EJ. Try as he's gonna manage to overtake. Actually, sorry, that was in this lap. So Relativo leading the way for the first couple of laps, but Sobretodo managing to overtake him as Relativo has that spill. And this is where it happens.
Oh, low side.
Low side si Relativo. But good news for yung mga followers and fans ni Clyde Relativo. He managed to pick the bike back up. He managed to finish the race and score points para sa overall championship niya. He is still leading the way for the 400cc category this season, as EJ Sobretodo manages to get his first win in the 400cc category. So lahat ng category ni EJ, he's meron na. So that was the last one, yung 400cc category, which is actually the newest category that he joined just this season. And finally, he gets his first win in leg number 3 of the Philippine Superbike Championship. Up next, we're going to be bringing you the PSBK. So these are the big boys that are going to make their way to the track.
And mukhang hindi nila magagamit yung rain tire, so tuloy ang ligaya ng race 2.
So
rain or shine.
This was a very close qualification between Marvin, Dashi, and TJ. TJ was P3, Watanabe P2, and Marvin Magulabdan P1. Pero they were separated by 0.4 of a second. 0.5
konting-konti.
Of a second. But Manuel Chu is at P4, RG Romero P5, Jack Buncho P6, Ren C P7, Charles Nolasco P8, Lawrence Macalinaw P9, Mickey Mazo P10, Josh Tan 11, Lawrence Villanueva P12. Now Lomac said nga that he didn't get to practice a lot in the wet, and that showed in his qualification time, which he ended up in P9.
So mukhang dinamdam ni Lawrence yung rain from QTT yesterday. And yun din yung mga struggle syempre, no? Pagka first time mo dun sa bike and then wet condition. So medyo kakapain mo, even suspension setting magkaiba. Ako nagbababa ako ng spring rate sa harap and then sa likod if rain setting. So naglalambot talaga ako.
Now, TJ Alberto, who is leading the way for the PSBK expert division, he had an incident Friday sa practice, and there was a damage on the bike. The swing arm, I believe, was damaged. But of course, Team Access Plus managed to fix the bike, and he did the qualifying yesterday. Still managed to be very close to Dashi and Marvin. But that's going to be a really fun thing to watch here between the three of them.
And may kita naman natin, no, very consistent pa rin yung 142 from QTT ni TJ Alberto. So, hindi naman naka-apekto. Siguro, yung crash lang, konting hesitation. Again, yung SR. Yung konting SR na yun, which is survival reaction, normal yun sa if galing kang bagsak na medyo tatansyahin mo ulit muna. So, mabilis pa rin yung QTT ni TJ. And I'm sure magiging magandang race to ngayon na dry.
Oh, this is TJ is somebody who got into an incident in Europe, came back to Asia, raced the following weekend or the 2 weekends after. Sarap siguro pag bata pa, no?
Usually, hindahin mo pa yung yung time zone difference.
Pero ito hindi
dire-diretso na. And sanay siya na umiikot.
Sanay.
So, mukhang in-enjoy nyo lang yung Italy trip nyo.
Actually, masaya talaga yung ako my first time in a World Ducati week, and it was an absolute blast. Or more than 80,000 riders showed up. Ducatisti showed up over at Italy for race weekend for the World Ducati week.
And I'm sure na-enjoy mo ang Misano racetrack.
But Misano racetrack was something else.
Yeah.
Right? It's a beautiful racetrack, and just being able to be there and experience the whole thing was really maybe once in a lifetime experience. Who knows what's going to happen. So there is going to be a warm-up lap for the PSBK, and as the racers are making their way to the starting grid.
Position 2 goes to Dashi Watanabe, rider number 35. Marvin Magulabdan clocked in a 1:42.222. Fastest qualifying lap versus 1:42.5 of Dashi Watanabe and 1:42.6 of TJ Alberto.
So we just saw photos of what happened to TJ's bike on Friday, and actually it looks pretty serious.
Oo.
Swing arm talaga. Parang the tires are usually like this. In the photo that we have just been sent, gumanon.
So ito yung kagandahan ng may proper racing team, no? Bawas tong iisipin for the rider, and makapag-focus lang siya on his riding.
Yeah.
Unlike if ikaw pa yung mag-iisip kung paano mabubuo yung bike mo.
That's right. Let's turn it over to Phoebe on the starting grid and see if she can ask TJ what happened. Phoebe?
Hi guys, yes, I'm here for the pre-final of PSBK, about to talk to TJ Alberto, who currently holds P3 sa ating PSBK for round 3. Hi TJ, kwentuhan mo kami. I heard na you had a practice round nung Friday, but something happened to you. What happened?
This weekend has not been the best, honestly. In Friday, we had a really big crash. We have put the bike in 2 pieces. But just happy that we're here on the grid with a completely working bike. The team worked all night on Friday to put the bike back together. And I feel that we did quite a good qualifying on Saturday given the situation. We're P3, so not our normal grid spot, but only a few tenths from the other guys. So it looks like the race today will be quite competitive. I'm interested to see what will happen, especially with the changing weather conditions today.
Yes. So the main damage was to the bike. How about to you physically? Are you okay?
Thank God I'm fine. My gear really protected me, wearing Macna gear. Had an airbag, so I was really safe, so that's really good.
Okay. So how do you feel coming into this this afternoon? How do you feel coming into round 3?
We'll see how it goes. The weather has been changing on and off the whole weekend. Haven't really gotten a really clean run in dry conditions, and right now the track is half wet, half dry. So we'll see what happens. Right now, we can't say what will happen. I think the best thing to do is to ride smart for the championship.
That is right. Okay, good luck and take care, TJ. We'll talk to you again later. Now we will move to P2 from Team Kawasaki, Dashi Watanabe. Hi Dashi, kamusta ka today?
Okay naman. Medyo paiba-iba yung panahon.
So last round, you were number 3. Now you are number 2. What do you think was your advantage over TJ Alberto?
Ngayon, mas nakapag-prepare na kami dun sa bike, sa setup ng bike. Tapos sa rain, kahapon sa qualifying, mas maganda yung nakuha namin lap times. So, praying kami na sana makakuha kami ng magandang result ngayon. At saka hanggang last lap, lumabang kami dito sa top 3.
Yes. So what is your strategy to overtake Marvin, who is P1 pa rin, coming from yesterday's qualifying?
Good start pa rin. Tapos maintain lang yung lead. Yun lang. Pause lang.
Okay, good luck. Good luck. Talk to you again later. Now, P1 again from round 2. He was overall for round 2. Now he's here again. P1, hi Marvin. Kamusta? How are you feeling?
I'm good, feeling good. So it's a different weather lang today compared yesterday. But still, I'm gonna do my best for this morning and afternoon race. So ayun, see you later.
So, kasi kahapon maulan, no? So, sanay ka rin na kumarera kahit maulan?
Actually, it's my favorite kind of weather. So, that's why medyo nakapag-perform tayo in a safe way.
Ang galing, it's your favorite. Alright, so malalaman natin bakit niya yan favorite. Back to you guys.
Alright, maraming salamat, Phoebe Walker. So, a lot happening there with TJ Alberto. The incident that happened on Friday, the bike looked like it was a mess. Yun nga, sabi mo kanina, when you have a proper race team that helps you working non-stop till the wee hours of the morning to get your bike ready, you get on the bike, you qualify, you're very close to the top 2, and here he is in P3, and let's see what he can do from that position. A position that he's not normally on in the starting grid.
And knowing TJ naman, no, and his experience, P3 is still a front row start. So, sa tingin ko yung confidence, or I'm sure wala siyang iniisip na iba. Hanggang makapunta ulit siya sa front position. So, ayun. Hindi man, konti lang kasi. Basta nasa front row ka, everybody's game pa din. And hindi usually naiisip ng rider yan.
And TJ is a person he's a man that never lacks confidence. But something that's interesting here is that Dashi Watanabe. Dashi is somebody who admitted at the start of the season na hindi pa kabisado yung bike masyado. But he's still getting used to it. Former champion, very quick rider. But as you see, the season progresses,
nag-i-improve din.
He's improving. He's improving. Alam niya that he maybe arguably the best start all the time, Dashi Watanabe. So that's what he said here to Phoebe na good start, maintain the lead. So he expects to take Marvin right there in the very start of the race.
And makakatulong sa kanya yun, no? If makakapunta nga siya sa harap before first turn, kasi I'm sure Marvin and TJ will diced out. And baka makatulong to na makagawa siya ng gap and maintain it for the full race.
Yeah. And sabi naman ni Marvin, favorite niya yung wet.
Which is tuyo ngayon.
Well, it's what did you say kanina? 70-30, 80-20, 90-10. But it is, there are still some wet spots on the track. As you can see there, medyo damp. Let's just call it damp na lang. Hindi na wet. But let's see what Marvin can do, because in the last race last month, when Marvin was able to overtake TJ Alberto, he was gone.
Yes.
Napakalaki yung lamang ni Marvin yung time na yun.
Kung makakapunta kagad siya sa harap.
That's right.
And kasi di ba dun sa mga previous races natin nagkaroon ng challenge si Marvin maka-overtake kay Dashi, and it allows TJ na magkaroon ng gap, which is nahirapan na siyang idikit.
And of course, for Lomac naman, we saw him in a position at P9, which is not normal for Lomac. Usually we see him in P4, P5. Let's see if Lomac can manage to rally here dito sa first race this weekend for the Superbikes. So this is the warm-up lap for the Superbikes. There's Dashi Watanabe, the Kawasaki. Marvin Magulapnan in the BMW. And here they come, making their way to the start-finish line for the start of the race. That is Marvin Magulapnan, P1, Dashi Watanabe, P2, TJ Alberto, P3, Manuel Chu, P4, RG Romero, 5, Jack Buncho, 6, Renzi, 7, Charles Nolasco, 8.
And wala pa si TJ or neto na. Kasi he was checking his bike earlier sa turn 3. Hopefully wala namang issues sa mga bikes nila. And all set.
And TJ said kanina that maybe it's time to race smart for the championship points.
Yeah.
And here we go. The visors are down, the lights are on, and they're off. As we see the start.
Good start for Marvin Mangulapnan. Finally, start is.
But look at Dashi Watanabe there, taking the first corner over Marvin and TJ.
Ayan na nga yung sinasabi niya. May game plan pala talaga siya.
Sabi niya kanina kay Phoebe that he plans to take the lead right away and hold that position. He was true to his word in taking the lead right away. Let's see if he can manage to hold that position.
And 11 laps to go, no?
Medyo mahaba yan, yung 11 laps.
Kagandahan lang sa ganitong track condition, mas ma-maintain niya yung tires.
That's right.
And yun yung common problem kasi before with that platform. Medyo malakas siyang makaubos ng gulong.
And something that Dashi does very, very well, arguably better than anybody else, is hold people behind him as long as possible.
Yes. which is familiar si Marvin.
Oo. Oo.
And yun ulit yung condition ngayon, situation ngayon.
But you know, these three right here, Watanabe, Mangulabdan, and Alberto, the three are maybe the three fastest riders in the Philippines.
Yep.
Alam mo yung competitive nature nandun eh. Like, I mean, there's respect. There is respect between the three of them, but you know that there is also a lot of competitive fire. As Dashi Watanabe manages to cross the start-finish line first, 1:35.747. Marvin Mangulabdan is second, 1:35.948, followed by TJ Alberto, 1:36.525. So Lawrence Bacalinaw jumping all the way up to P5 at the moment with 1:44.927. So that battle between him and RG Romero should be a fun one to watch as well. There's Watanabe, followed by Mangulabdan and Alberto.
Identical lap times for Dashi and Marvin, no? And TJ lapping on 1 minute 36 seconds.
If you're just joining us, TJ Alberto, who is currently leading the way in this category for the season, points-wise, had an incident on Friday in practice. Na-damage po yung swing arm niya, but they managed to fix the bike. He qualified yesterday, qualified P3, and here he is right now, P3. But at the moment, Dashi Watanabe getting the lead from Marvin in the very first corner of this race, and has so far been able to hold off Mangulabdan.
And it will be good, no, if Dashi can win this race. Mag-i-even out yung point standing. Magkakaroon sila ng tigi-tigisang first place.
That's right. But Marvin Mangulabdan takes a look there to see if he has enough speed entering the first turn. Watanabe, Mangulabdan, Alberto, Romero, Bacalinaw, top 5. Chu, Bunsho is your top 7, followed by Josh Tan. Mickey Mazo currently at number 9.
And mukhang nafe-feel na ni TJ yung track. Now lapping on 1 minute 35.4, identical with our race leader, Dashi Watanabe.
Three of them are still way ahead. After Jack Bunja at P7, Mickey Mazo P8, followed by Josh Tan 9, Charles Nolasco 10, Lawrence Villanueva 11, and Ren C rounds up the top 12. Dashi Watanabe still leading the way here with 9 laps to go, but breathing down his neck is Marvin Mangulabdan. And TJ has picked up his pace.
Definitely, if TJ makes a move kay Marvin, magkakaroon ng gap with Dashi. So, pero looking at it now, may gap yung first and second place rider natin.
There they go, entering the last turn into the main straight. Watanabe still leading the way. Dashi Watanabe 1:35.42. There's a difference of the difference of 1:35.42, I should say.
And sobrang consistent, no, lap per lap, from second, third, fourth lap. Parehas na parehas. Magkamali ka lang ng 0.2, makaka-overtake na si Marvin or makakadikit na si TJ. So yan yung siniset na pace ni Dashi ngayon.
Dashi Watanabe has not won a race this season. The first couple of races were won by TJ Alberto. Last month, we saw Marvin Mangulabdan get his first race win of the season. Can Dashi Watanabe hold off his rivals here in leg number 3? Marvin Mangulabdan making a move here, but
nag-wide. Mukhang finifeel niya yung track pa. Kasi doon nagkamali si Clyde
That's right.
kanina. So baka napanood niya yung condition. Usually, pwede mong i-hold yung brake na yun, kaso hindi niya muna siguro ni-risk. And nag-wide muna siya. Added pressure yun kay Dashi. Once again, Marvin try to overtake. Dikit-dikit na silang tatlo ngayon.
And Marvin Magolabnan manages to take the lead here from Dashi Watanabe. Magolabnan leading the way. Watanabe second. TJ Alberto 3 at the moment. Lomac 4. So Lomac has made a huge improvement from P8 all the way to P4.
And Marvin went wide again on first turn, allowing Dashi to retake the lead. And TJ, mas dikit na siya ngayon.
So as the two of them are exchanging leads, TJ Alberto is holding back a little bit, saying, "Sige, go. Go ahead, battle. Go ahead, Dice. Let me get closer and closer."
7 laps to go. Dami pang pwede mangyari. We're not even half our race distance.
It's really hard to say who among these top 3 has the best racecraft. As here we go, Marvin Magolabnan making that move once again, but as you said kanina, does not want to risk anything. And Dashi manages to take the position back. But TJ Alberto now getting closer and closer to the top 2.
Yung mga wide na yun, no, it allows TJ to close the gap with them. We will see. So ngayon may gap si Dashi. Approaching last turn.
And here they go, entering turn number 1. TJ Alberto is at P3 at the moment. He follows Magolabnan and then Watanabe. And as we go through turn number 1, it's still in that position.
Halfway point, 6 laps to go. Dashi looking good. Mukhang nagkakaroon ng gap between two of them. At least if Dashi can maintain this gap, hindi siya may insidean in the casino turn. May kita mo, no? Relax na relax pa rin si Dashi, even Marvin trying to overtake. Parang okay, may kita ka, magwa-wide ka din dyan.
Yeah.
Tahan ka lang. So, yung experience talaga, may kita.
So Marvin does not try it this time. Siguro na-feel niya si TJ, lumalapit na dun sa likod niya. If he tried it again there, there's a very good possibility that TJ Alberto would be able to get P2. So he decides, forget it.
Siguro nagtatry siya ulit if clear track and masusure niya na makikip niya yung lead.
There they are entering the last turn into the main straight. Still with the lead currently, Dashi Watanabe as they cross the start-finish line. We have Watanabe, Magolabnan, Alberto. That's the top 3. Followed by Lomac, Manuel Chu, RG Romero, Jack Buncho, and Josh Tang.
And grabe yung consistency, no? Dashi is still running 1 minute 35.4 lap per lap.
Now this is the longest we've seen Dashi Watanabe with the lead this season. He's managed to hold him off with 5 laps to go.
And hindi siya nape-pressure, no? Kasi usually may kita mo sa lap times yun if makaka-apekto yung mga unang overtake ni Marvin. And minentain niya lang yung pace niya, which is enough to have that gap between him and Marvin.
Marvin tried overtaking here a couple of times. He does not try now, as TJ Alberto is right behind him.
He knows TJ will also try to make a move. So 5 laps to go when they cross the start and finish line. will be 4 laps to go. And I'm rooting for Dashi for this race, no? Magandang ma-even out yung race points nila para exciting yung karera until the last round.
That's right. Para masaya, di ba? Make the races count dun sa dulo, sa second half of the season. So we still have Watanabe, Mangulabnan, Alberto. That is still the order.
Kasi madidikit ni Dasho yung gap between the championship point. Marvin will be ahead from TJ na makakadagdag din sa points niya between him and TJ. So let's see.
It will be fun. It will be a fun as we head back to Clark International Speedway for the second half of the season. It will be fun to see the three of them closer in points.
So tumataas yung lap time nila, no? From last lap.
The gap between Dashi and Marvin is 0.14. And TJ is a little bit behind 0.334. Anything can still happen here in the last 4 laps.
Yan yung 0.1 second, no? Kitang-kita.
So Dashi Watanabe, P1 at the moment. Mangulabnan, P2. Alberto, P3.
So 3 laps to go for them.
Lomac, P4.
They're back in 135.
You know, before the race started, TJ Alberto did say that maybe it's time for him to race smart and just race for the points for this weekend. Kasi alam niya, stuff has happened to him. Baka it's just not his weekend. But again, it's still 3 laps to go. If he sees an opportunity, you can bet he's gonna try and take it.
And pinipilit talagang idikit ni Marvin dito sa part na to ng track.
We'll see. He had a look here twice already in this race. Let's see if he does it again. No, he does not. Dashi managing to really hold off Marvin and TJ here in this race.
So after they cross the start and finish line, no, 2 laps to go for them. And nauubusan ng laps si Marvin to overtake Dashi.
If there's a place he's gonna do it, or he's gonna attempt to do it, where would he? Where would it?
I think dun pa rin sa casino.
Sa likod.
Kasi dun siya pinakamalapit kay Dashi.
Saka you could see he already tried it twice.
Medyo natatansya na niya.
So let's see what happens here. The last 2 laps to go. Let's see if Marvin will make that move dun sa likod ng BRC. And let's see if Dashi can hold off the 2 and get his first race win of the 2022 PSBK season.
Because once TJ tried overtaking him, yun na.
But TJ Alberto right there now.
And magdi-defensive line si Marvin ngayon eh, knowing TJ might make a move sa last lap.
Here we go. The back straight entering casino soon. Is there gonna be a move? No, there's too much distance between them.
And mukhang naka-overtake na si TJ.
And TJ Alberto takes Marvin Mangulabnan in that corner, managing to move up to P2 at the moment behind Dashi Watanabe. Alberto getting as close as possible here to Dashi Watanabe as they enter their final lap.
Ma-upset ba niya ang race win ni Dashi Watanabe in this last lap?
Final lap. It's still Watanabe, followed by Alberto now, and then Mangulabnan.
And now it's starting to rain. Mukhang yun ang naging factor, and mukhang malakas na yung ulan.
Yeah, it's starting to come down now.
And knowing yung experience ng rider natin, no, alam nilang may konting heat pa yung track, kaya pa, pwede pang i-push.
Last lap na rin to eh.
Oo. But it will be a risk. Nakita natin, may konting slip na kay TJ. May mga rider na nagtaas ng kamay, which is dapat tinutuloy lang nila yung karera. It's not for them to decide if tuloy or stop yung karera.
So they have to get through these back markers.
Knowing Dash's experience, he won't let this win away. Let's go! Get it!
First race win for Dashi Watanabe in the horizon. TJ Alberto and Marvin Magulabnan not far behind here as they head towards the chicane into the...
And mukhang basa na talaga yung track, oh.
Yeah, that was quick.
Come on, get it!
Here we go. One last turn to go. Can Watanabe hold off Alberto and Mangulabnan? And it looks like he's going to do it.
Yeah.
Dashi Watanabe gets his first race win of the 2022 Philippine Superbike Championship. And look at him enjoying that victory. Finally, the former champion gets his first race win. And he is followed by TJ Alberto and then Marvin Mangulabnan, RG Romero managing to get past Lawrence Macalinaw in the last lap. Jack Buncho finishes 6th, Josh Tan 7. Fantastic race here for Dashi Watanabe.
And matinding confidence booster sa kanya to, no? Long win, long time in the making tong win na to. So talagang malaking epekto for his team, for him, and sa championship.
He's still celebrating. You could tell that he is so excited right now to get his first race win of the season. And there's TJ Alberto, who manages to salvage some points. He started P3, manages to finish P2 against his rival Marvin Mangulabdan.
A win for WRD Kawasaki Racing Team and Dashi Watanabe.
He did say that in the start of the season that he still needed to get used to that bike. We saw him get better and better throughout the past couple of weekends, the race weekends. And here he is finally getting that first race win. So the order is Watanabe, Alberto, Mangulabnan, Romero, Macalinaw, Buncho, Tan, C, Chu, Nolasco, Mazo, and Villanueva. That is your top 12.
And talagang hindi na siya nagdalawang isip. Talagang kukunin ko na to.
Oo.
And kung umulan mamayang hapon, mag-iiba ulit yung
That's right.
yung race condition between them.
So the rain has started to come down now here at the Batangas Racing Circuit, and it does look like it is coming down a little bit hard at the moment as we take a look at the highlights of this race. Sabi nga ni Dashi kanina kay Phoebe that he plans to overtake his rivals in the first entering the first turn and hold them off, and he did exactly the same thing.
And ito din yung question mo kanina, no, if mag-hold off ka ba or gusto mo mag-lead agad. So ito yung kagandahan, if makapag-lead ka agad, less pressure, less risk. Pag nag-iba yung condition, at least nasa harapan ka.
That's right.
Ikaw yung unang makakapag-adjust.
Yeah. Dashi Watanabe getting his first race win of the season. And, well, I'm a little surprised. Sabi ni Marvin kanina ba, favorite niya yung wet. Pero when it started to rain, dun siya nag-slow down ng konti. So, now the points is going to be interesting to see. I mean, we're going to get official tally of how the points look after this race win of Watanabe. But he's inching in closer to the top 2. So by my unofficial count for the season, it's still Alberto 1, Marvin number 2, and Dashi has now closed that gap.
Yes.
Look at the celebration. I mean, you gotta love that. You gotta love that. Whether whatever team you root for, but when you see a rider go through and celebrate like that, it's always nice to see. And even TJ and Marvin congratulated him for his first race win for the season, and it's nice to see the respect that his rivals have for him.
And alam mo naman yung effort ng bawat team and bawat riders talaga, and they all deserve to win, kaso it's a competition. Talagang hindi basta-basta makukuha yun. And pagka nakita mo naman yung rider or kahit competitor, matutuwa ka pa rin for them getting that win.
So in just a few moments, we'll be bringing you the Pirelli Petron 115 SL 160cc Intermediate and Expert Division. But we'll see what happens with this rain. No? I mean, sabi nga natin kanina na if it does indeed come down, if the rain does come down, they're going to switch to wet tires, pero they're going to do only one race for the categories. I guess it depends. We'll see what happens if the rain does come down stronger or if it dries up once again. Kasi nandun na yun eh. Medyo natutuyo na yung track eh.
And sa tingin ko, no, yung ginamit nila qualifying from yesterday, yun din yung gagamitin nila ng second race. So at least ngayon, na-clear out na first race, they use slick tires. So we are sure in Philippine Superbike Championship that we will have a race 2 this afternoon.
All right, maybe we can take a quick break before we go on to the next race.
All set. Let's go.
Make sure you are ready. You guys are going to be next after our Pirelli Petron PSR Race 1. Pirelli Cup Group 1 Race 1 is going to be next after our PSR 115 and 160 7-lap Race 1. 2 minutes till we close the pits. Attention riders for the PSR 115 and 160. 2 minutes till we close the pits. 2 minutes till we close the pits. Let's go. What a performance by Dashi Watanabe. Right here, Park from me, there he goes.
Welcome back to the Batangas Racing Circuit for the coverage of the Philippine Superbike Championship. And I do believe Phoebe Walker is with some of our racers. If she is ready, we can toss it to her. and she's not ready yet. But Rainiel, it's the rain has come down, wet the track a little bit more. How does that affect the smaller displacement bikes?
For this category, no, tong kasunod yung 115 SL, 160 Inter, and Expert, yung ganitong condition kaya pa. As long as wag babaha kasi baka mag-hydroplane yung mga scooter natin. Lighter bikes, smaller tires. So, ayan. Buti hindi tumuloy ng sobrang lakas.
Yeah, parang the rain stopped pero nabasa pa rin yung track, diba? And syempre with the smaller displacement bikes, yung contact point with the ground is smaller than that of the super bikes.
Kagandahan lang dito, at least establish nila basa if they have the option to change tires. I'm sure magpapalit na sila. Hindi kagaya nung hati na basa tuyo.
Parang hindi mo alam diba? Mas confusing yun. Actually, some of the racers mentioned that nga kanina na it's either if it's wet, let us know. Kasi they're parang guessing game siya eh.
Even yung mindset ng rider, at least alam mo, umuulan. Nakaset ka ng ganun. Hindi kagaya nung, uy tuyo, gusto mong hatawin. Uy, basa. At least ngayon, basa lahat.
Yeah, and you know. So we saw that happen kanina kay Clyde Relativo sa Pirelli Cup Group 2 in the 400cc category. Na it looked like he did not know that where the wet spots were on the track, and then he na low side siya. But good for him, he managed to finish the race and still score some points for his overall championship. But that gave the first victory of EJ Sobretodo in the 400cc category. And we also saw Dashi Watanabe score his first win this season. And sabi mo nga, 2 seasons na yata si Dashi hindi nakanalo.
Medyo matagal na rin yung last. So, magandang boost to. Not only for him, but also the team, the sponsors. And he really showed na lahat sila talagang championship contender.
Yeah, but I do love the confidence that he had during that interview with Phoebe when he said that I'm going to take the lead in the first corner and I'm going to hold that position.
Iba yung gising niya today. Iba yung vibe. Sabi niya, come on, Clouds.
So we are going to be having the Pirelli Petron 115 SL 160cc Intermediate and Expert class, and that's going to be followed by the Pirelli Cup Group 1. And then the 155 Super Sports and Sports class, and then followed by the MTRT Maxi Scooter 185 class, and then we can break a little bit for lunch, and then we'll see what happens with the weather. If it manages to stay this way, it looks like we're going to proceed with the races this afternoon. But I do believe Phoebe Walker is ready, and we can toss it to her down in the paddocks with some of the racers.
Hi boys, sorry I came in a bit late. Hindi kami sure kung papasok dito or lalabas. But now, dahil medyo tumigil ang ulan, I am right next to Ray Arsuba. Hello! So usually, P1 ka, P2. Ngayon you're P3. What happened? Did the rain yesterday affect your performance?
Nagka-problema po kami, technical problem kahapon sa time trial. Kaya P3 lang ako ngayon.
Okay. Pero okay na-resolve ba?
Apo, na-resolve naman yung sa motor. Sana umokay ngayong race 1.
So ngayon, basa na ang track dahil kakaulan lang. Paano ang adjustments mo dito?
Yun nga po, medyo nalilito kami kung anong kakabit naming tires, kung rain tire o slick tire. Ngayon po, naka-rain tire kami kasi mas more on wet talaga yung track ngayon.
Okay, so ano ang game plan mo? Anong strategy mo?
Strategy ko po ngayon, basta manalo, yun lang.
Alright, I like the confidence and being straightforward. That's it, guys! See you later!
All right, thank you very much for that, Phoebe Walker. So VR Suba, sabi nga niya, this is a guy who usually is in P1, but for this race, they had some issues, and that's why he's only P3. Only P3, pero front row pa rin.
Front row pa din, and at least qualifying pa lang, hindi pa race. So madami pang pwede mangyari, madaming laps. I'm sure siya yung pinaka-experienced rider dyan.
That's right.
And then umulan. Alam na niya kung paano gamitin yung rain tire.
Yeah. So this is the 115 SL 160cc Intermediate and Expert division. P1 for this race is Kirk Domingrano, followed by Timothy Rojas. Suba is P3. Holo Suba is P4. So the brothers are right next to each other in this race. Resultay is P5. Doblada, P6, followed by Travis Canoy Jr., and then Vortex Suba. So there are 3 Subas in this starting grid. Ricardo Balingkit is P9. And then Thurston Omagap is P10. And then they are off. So this is not a warm-up lap. This is the race. They have started.
Bike number 20, Kirk Domingano, will lead first turn.
So Domingano is ahead, followed by bike number 14, that is VR Suba, getting one position so far.
And I'm sure, no, tetestingin muna nila yung buong track condition bago sila mag-overtaken.
So the track, as you can see, is a little bit more wet than it was earlier this morning.
And medyo lamang yung unang maka-flow sa track condition changes.
You know, we were talking kanina before the race started. VR Suba, maybe the most experienced rider in this group. He also managed to get the race in already today.
Yeah.
So medyo alam niya siguro na yung feel of a slightly wet track. But of course, it's a little bit more wet now than it was kanina.
So VR Suba trying to make a move.
And that's number 20 in front of him, Kirk Domingano. Timothy Rojas follows.
7 laps for this 115 SL and 160 Inter and Expert class.
You know, in four wheels, we're always told to stay off the paint pag umuulan. Is it the same dito sa two wheels?
Yes, the same in two wheels. Lalo na sa two wheels.
Here they go, entering the last turn.
And usually doon kasi naipon yung tubig sa inner part, sa may apex.
So the riders have crossed the start-finish line. Domingano, Suba, Rojas, Suba, top 4. Followed by Resultay, Doblada, Canoy, and another Suba. So there are 3 Subas in the top 8 as we complete the first lap. Still leading the way, that is bike number 20, Kirk Domingano, followed by VR Suba and then Timothy Rojas. You can see the water on the track right here.
So I'm sure nanonood yung Pirelli Group 1 natin ngayon. No? At least nakikita nila yung track condition. And I'm sure yung iba nagpapapalit na ng tires.
But you saw that the tire situation really confusing some of the teams and some of the riders. Not knowing if they should go full slicks, if they should go full wets. But the rain has stopped.
Yep.
So,
and kaso pagka ganitong cloudy pa rin and walang araw, hindi matutuyo yung track. So, I'm sure walang gagamit ng slick tire for this morning race.
And we can see some clouds now above BRC. Some rain clouds. It is quite dark. This is the third leg of the Philippine Superbike Championship, coming to you from the Batangas Racing Circuit. Of course, this championship is powered by Angkas, Domingano, Suba, Rojas. That is your top 3. Polo Suba 4. This is the 115 SL and 160cc intermediate and expert class. After this, we're going to be having the Pirelli Cup Group 1. There's a little bit of a gap now between Kirk Domingiano and Vrey Arsuba. Domingiano giving the fastest time so far in this race with a 2:10.359. Vrey Arsuba and Timothy Rojas are close behind him though with 2:11s. Actually, Holo Suba is at a 2:10 as well. But Domingiano is still leading the way.
And may kita mo, no, hindi siya stiff on the bike compared to ibang rider. Kasi the more you anticipate the turn, mas lalo kang babagal na mabagal kasi mafe-feel mo lahat ng twitch. Based on experience, pagka wet race na kahit naka-rain tire ka, talaga may mga twitches eh. From brake, cornering, to acceleration. May mga mafe-feel kang konti-konting twitch. And pagka pumasok yun sa focus mo, wala na. Talagang i-anticipate mo na. So ayaw mo ng gasan, ayaw mo na mag-late brake, ayaw mo ng mga sudden turn.
Pati yung camera natin may twitch. There's a little bit of a gap now between Domingiano and Suba. There's a gap, almost 2 second gap now between the two. I see Domingiano looks back to see how far Vrey Arsuba is.
Oh, ayun yung mga twitches. Kitang-kita ng 4K camera natin.
We do want to say hello to all of the viewers who are watching us sa Facebook and also sa YouTube. It's nice that we finally have broadcast of racing dito sa Pilipinas, no? We want to say hello to the 290 viewers that we have so far dito sa third leg ng Philippine Superbike Championship. Ito po yung PSR 115 SL and 160cc Intermediate and Expert Division. That is Kirk Domingiano, your race leader, followed by Vrey Arsuba and Timothy Rojas.
Mukhang natutuyo na yung back part ng truck. Again.
So Kirk Domingiano still leading the way here as they cross the start-finish line. Vrey Arsuba, number 2. Timothy Rojas, P3. Holo Suba, P4. No, Holo Suba now P3, I should say. Timothy Rojas, P4. And then Abadilla, Resultay, Dolada will round out the top 7. Sabi ni Michael Aguilar, nice idol Rainiel Resuelo.
So shout out kay Michael Aguilar, fast recovery.
That's right.
Baka naman gulatin mo kami Michael Aguilar sa Clark round ha.
Pagbalik
baka
natin
nakasuit
sa
ka na dun. Ready for Ducati Cup.
It's good to see him active once again. have crossed the over 300 viewers now on the Facebook page. Of course, there is more as well as sa YouTube. Hello to all of you. Hope you guys are enjoying this wet and wild race weekend dito sa Batangas Racing Circuit.
Don't forget to follow and hit the notification bell.
That's right.
Para updated kayo sa live races, live coverage ng Philippine Motorsports.
If you're just joining us, earlier today, we saw the first race victory of Dashi Watanabe for this season. We also saw the first race victory in the 400cc category for EJ Sobretodo. Ito naman yung 115 SL 160cc intermediate and expert division. And Kirk Domingiano still leading the way, looking very dominant in this race, while the Suba brothers, VR and Holo, are rounding up the top 3 at the moment.
And mukhang natutuyo na yung track natin. So ito yung ito yung confusing part for our Pirelli Cup riders, if they will use a slick tire or kasi ang dulas ng slick tire pagka may konting basang part.
With the conditions that they are now, what would you use kung ikaw?
Rain tires.
Rain tires pa rin.
Ang challenge kasi sa kanila, what if hindi umulan mamaya? Or umulan mamaya, nagamit na nila yung rain tires nila. Papayagan pa ba sila? Or meron pa bang matitira sa rain tire nila? Kasi if may dry part or dry yung part, yung likod ng truck, mauubos yun eh. So pag umulan mamayang hapon, yun yung risk. Baka hindi sila pakarirahin or wala na silang natitirang gulong.
With 2 laps to go in this race, Kirk Domingiano still leading the way. And it looks like he's kind of slowed the pace down a little bit here to make sure that he will get to the finish line safely. We saw a couple of incidents happen already today. Nothing serious, just 2 low side situations. As Kirk there passing some back markers, heading into the final turn. Entering his final lap.
Mukhang tuyo na yung last turn.
Oo.
Saka front straight.
But that's the confusing part kasi there's still some parts of the track na medyo basa pa. Like the middle section of the track still looks a little wet.
Yung part na lang na yun, yung pagpipilian mo. Kung papakarirahin ka ng race 2 in case na umulan tapos wala ka nang magamit na tires. Or baka magkakaroon ng voting kung anong pwede nilang alternative.
And Kirk Domingiano looking very dominant in this race in the final lap.
And yun din, Gino, yung isa sa mga challenges, no? Pagka biglang umulan, biglang natuyo, is yung pila sa tire changer. So if wala kayong tire changer, medyo, alam mo, tulad kanina, umulan, nagpapalit ka na ng wet tires, tapos nakita mo tuyo na yung kalahati ng truck, pipila ka ulit na magpapalit, and it takes time to remove the wheel from the bike, dalhin sa tire changer, put back the tires, reassemble, and yung time, hopefully, lahat mabalik nila ng tama yung setting ng bike nila, and matighten ng tama yung mga axles nila. So sa mga nanonood ngayon na team, make sure yung mga bikes nyo all set, ma-bleed nyo yung mga brakes, ma-torque ng tama yung mga bolts.
Kirk Thomas Domingiano looking very dominant here in the 115 SL 160cc intermediate and expert, as he should cruise to a victory. Well, I don't know. I don't want to jinx him with one more turn to go, pero parang okay naman siya. And there he is, a very dominant victory here. As you see the celebration as he crosses the start-finish line. Congratulations to Kirk Tomas Domingiano. He's followed by V.R. Suba and then Holo Suba. Timothy Rojas is P4. Kenzo Abadilla 5. Jared Resultay 6. Doblada 7. And Vortex Suba round up your top 8. So fantastic dominant win there para kay Kirk Domingiano. And it's, as we see, take a look at the highlights here. Nice start for him, managing to hold off his rivals there as they entered the first turn. When they started this race, Rainiel, medyo mabasa pa yung track ng konti. And then we saw as the race continued, parts of the track started to dry up. How much does that affect the racers?
Again, first wet race of the day. So, malaking epekto, lalo na kung ngayon ka palang gagamit ng rain tires, and of course, yung temperature iba, yung as in lahat, yung buong game plan mo, lalo na kung nag-qualifying kayo ng tuyo, magkaiba. Even the setting of the bike, I'm sure naglalambot sila ng suspension, different tire pressure, medyo malaki yung effect.
In this race, V.R. Suba looked like he was going to try and push and contend for parts of the race. Pero towards the latter part, it looked like he just said, "Sige na, let's score points na lang, and then let's race smart and let Kirk get this win and just manage to score championship points."
Yeah, and again, lalo na kung overall naman yung hinahabol mo, no point of risking it lahat kasi kung kaya mo naman kunin yung second place, that's only 3 points difference between first and second. Tas from third, another 2 points. So, not worth the risk. Lalo na kung may race to pa.
But syempre, it's also easier to say that, no? Because when you're out on the racetrack, tapos kita mo, teka, malapit pa to Malapit pa, kaya pa to Marami pang laps, etc. Syempre, it takes a lot. It takes a lot for, whether you're racing 4 wheels or 2 wheels, it takes a lot to really, I guess, have the maturity in a way na, sige, is it the risk versus reward? Is it enough?
Kagandahan lang kanina kay V.R. Suba, hindi siya nahirapan mag-decide. Kasi may gap na talaga and no point na i-risk na ganun kalayo yung gap. 7-second difference is halos isang buong straight na ng BRC for our scooter class.
Yeah, so up next, we're going to be bringing you the Pirelli Cup Group 1. And if we can take a quick break, we'll return when the riders head out to the track.
Or maybe we can see the action sa mga garage ngayon. Kasi I'm sure may panic dyan Anong gagamitin mong gulong? Some of the teams checking other teams. Anong nakakabit na gulong kay ano? May mga ganyan Kasi, halimbawa, ikaw, malapit naman yung points, yun yung specific na kalaban mo sa overall championship. Hindi ka nasusugal paparehasan mo na lang siya. And then, kung ano maging result niya, willing ka na din na yun din yung result mo. At least hindi kayo magkalayo ng position.
So, we see that also in Formula 1.
Yes.
Parang if you're changing tires, you may as well change to the same tires kasi ganun na rin yun
May mga iba pang play sa World Championship na lalabas sila ng track, iba nakakabit, but during the stop dun sa mismong start-finish line, dun sila magpapalit ng ibang tire compound.
So up next, we have the Pirelli Cup Group 1. And the P1 in this grouping, pole position went to Clint Nolasco, followed by Justin Guche, and then Ben Mondragon Jr., that's your top 3 in the qualifying. Ian Ordonez, P4. John Timbol, P5. Ralph Andre Locinario, P6. Emilio Dolores, P7. Lester Milan, P8. Geronimo David 9, Mickey Mazo, that is your top 10 on the starting grid.
Mukhang naapektuhan din si Mickey Mazo ng different track condition, no? He usually naka-qualify siya sa top 3, top 5 ngayon. Nasa top 10 siya. Looks like mas mahaba yung break ngayon.
Yeah.
Yan yung sa tingin kong ayan, may lumalabas na. First rider out, Ralph Andre Locinario.
And then the Rookie Cup going on as well for this Pirelli Cup Grid 1. This is the Pirelli Cup Group 1 featuring our female rider. She is rider number 00. That is Bianca Latino, part of the middleweight category. Yeah, she's one of our middleweight riders. Bianca Latino, 00 is her number on her Superbike. For this Pirelli Cup Group 1, it says here she's actually at spot number 12 on the grid. entering the track. Do you think he's going to make it? Yeah, failing to enter the track at a given period of time, you will automatically start from the pit lane.
All right, welcome back to the Philippine Superbike Championship. We have the Pirelli Cup Group 1, and I do believe that Phoebe is at the starting grid for some interviews. Phoebe?
Hey Gino, quick interviews coming your way, starting with Ian Ordonez. Hello sir, kwentuhan mo kami. Anong naging experience mo yesterday sa qualifying?
Wet qualifying, no, usually. Una, mataas yung time ko, and then tinry ko lang na pababain yung time record ko. And then nakuha ko naman yung magandang time, kaya nakuha ko yung pole position sa class ko.
Alright, so ano ang strategy mo ngayon dahil medyo paulan-ulan, ano? So anong gagawin mo?
Yun nga ang challenge dito kasi yung weather napaka-tricky. May ulan, pero ang gamit ko ngayon kasi is Corsa tire, Super Corsa na tire. Hindi siya wet tires, no? Ang gagawin ko na lang siguro is try my best. Kumbaga, yung motor, pigilan kung mag-slide. Yun lang, gano'n na lang, simple as that.
Yes, okay. Ano expectation mo, sir?
Hopefully, unang-una safe lahat ng riders, no? Yun ang importante kasi. And then ma-enjoy namin yung race. And then, hopefully, first, of course.
Thank you, sir. Talk to you again later and be safe. All right, guys, let us move to Clint Nolasco from Team CRS 77, who currently holds P1 pole position. Hi, Clint. Hello. Hi, where's Kuya Melvin? Hi, how are you feeling? How are you?
Well, a bit nervous because this is my first wet race after so many years. But, very excited for this round 3 of Pirelli Cup kasi it's a different challenge for everyone. So ngayon, close fight talaga, masasabi ko.
Yes, and yesterday maulan. Hello, sir. Yesterday maulan. So how did you make the wet course work in your favor to be P1 right now?
Siguro we just did what we had to do with the suspension, with the setting of the bike. And then, naging favorable sa akin yung bike. And then, nagkaroon tayo ng magandang result and we got the pole for now.
Right. Nagpalit ka na ba ng gulong?
Yes, needed talaga for the wet race.
Okay. All right, be safe. Good luck. Talk to you later. Thank you, sir. That was from Team CRS 77. Now we are with Justin Gucci. Hello. Hi po. Kamusta? How are you feeling?
Very good. Kasi naka-slick kami sa wet race eh. So sumugal na lang kami.
Yes. But are you familiar with the BRC, with the Batangas Racing Circuit?
I think in a span of 1 month, nakatulong ni Coach Tashi, naka-adapt kami.
Yes. So kwentuhan mo kami, how did you prepare for leg 3?
Masipag lang sa training with Coach. Yun lang. Nabibigyan naman ni Coach lahat ng feedback sa track, so confident kami sa race.
Alright, so what is your mindset right now coming into this race, race 1?
Race smart kasi nakastick kami, basa yung track. So yun.
Okay, race smart, I like that. Be smart in life. Good luck ha. Alright, move to number 3. Ayan, si Ben Mondragon Jr. Malupit to. Malupit. Hello. How are you, sir? How do you feel coming into this race right now dahil maulan ang track natin?
Okay lang. Nakapaganda naman kami. Kaya rain or shine laban.
Rain or shine laban. So nagpalit ka na ba ng gulong? Paano ka nag-prepare ngayon?
Sabi lang ng coach ko, don't panic. Yeah.
Sa sa paddock ba nagpapanik kayo?
Hindi.
Yan, kalma lang kasi baka magpanik ka rin, ano? So what's your expectation right now?
Makatapos lang ng maayos, bonus na lang yung result.
Yeah. So sinong nakikita mo na biggest threat mo?
Wala naman siguro. Oo. Kasi kahit mauna sila, okay lang sa akin.
Kahit mauna sila, okay lang sa'yo. So kahit di ka na lang nagpunta ngayon?
Hindi naman.
Biro lang. Alright, so good luck ha. Magkita tayo mamaya ulit. Okay, let us move on to P5. Hello, pretty ladies. Ayan, dito tayo kay John Timbol. Saan ang ating racer? Ayun, nandun. Hello. Hi, sir. Hi, binibigyan pa siya ng ni Sir Toti Alberto. Hi, sir. May I interview you. Kamusta? How are you feeling?
Medyo takot ng konti kasi we're not used to riding in the rain, pero we'll see. Hope we get good results.
Yeah. So what's your game plan? Ano strategy mo?
Nothing much. Just finish the race safe. That's all.
Yes. Who is your biggest threat?
Everyone. Yeah.
So meron ka bang gusto sabihin to our viewers right now?
Wish me luck. Ella, bye.
Hi Ella. Good luck Good luck. All right, back to you Gino.
Maraming salamat, Phoebe Walker. So we heard there, Reniel, no, na some of them are worried that they're on slicks. Medyo basa yung course, medyo basa yung track.
Oo. Kaso hindi na kasi tumutuloy yung ulan eh. So makikita na, at least exciting. Magkakaroon ng iba't ibang outcome mamaya. Lalo na dun sa haba ng race, pwedeng may matuyong racing line. So, at least kagandahan, nakita natin dun sa trackside interview, no? Medyo light yung vibe.
Oo, parang
chill sila. walang nag-aalala masyado. Ano lang, tinitingnan nila kung ano mangyayari.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, everybody's here because they enjoy it.
Yeah.
Diba? I mean, that's the pinaka-foundation of everything here. Na, I mean, they wouldn't be here if they don't enjoy it. I mean, syempre, of course, the competitive nature comes out every so often. Of course, you are here with sponsors that you need to take care of them. You need to be able to perform. But when it all comes down to it, you're on the racetrack because you enjoy racing.
Yeah. And nakita natin kay Ben Mondragon. So, nandun siya sa paddock ni Dashi Watanabe. So, under WRD Racing Team. So, alam mo na yung confidence talagang nadala sa buong garage nung nanalo si Dashi. So, ayun yung effect. So, wag makalimutan din ng mga rider na syempre, mas gusto ng mga sponsor na medyo okay yung vibe ng rider nila and syempre inviting for the viewers and of course kung sino yung target market ni sponsor.
Yeah, and that's a good point that you made, no, because yun nga, teammates sila, same paddock. The first race win of Dashi Watanabe this season took place right here in these same conditions. Na medyo basa yung track. So, alam mo na he was able to pick the brain of Dashi and what to expect out on the racetrack right now.
Even syempre yung bike setting. Kasi imagine if you're a rider, a privateer, umuulan, anong gulong na gagamitin ko? Anong stiffness ng suspension? Anong adjustment? Compared to a racing team like Ducati, John Timbol, WRD of Ben Mondragon na ito ilagay mo dyan. Ito yung ilagay mong setting. Ganito lang yung gawin mo. So, from that mindset, ang layo ng pinagkaiba eh. Nagka-cram, panic, versus sa nakasetup ng tama, may nagbigay sa'yo ng dapat gawin, medyo magkaiba. Magiging magkaiba yung outcome.
We have 19 racers on the grid in the Pirelli Cup Group 1. And again, P1 is Clint Nolasco, Justin Guche, P2, Ben Mondragon, P3, followed by Ian Ordonez, John Timbol, and Ralph Andre Locinario. That is your top 6 on the starting grid. And right now, it's taking a little bit longer to start this race. Are they waiting for the track to dry up even more, or why is there a little bit of a delay dito sa start ng race natin?
Sa tingin ko, umiikot pa yung safety car.
Okay.
Checking the condition. And hindi natin alam, no? Once na-check ng safety car na medyo tuyo na yung track, if magsasuggest sila ba ng gulong?
So we do again, we do want to promote racing. We do want to promote a competitive atmosphere. At the same time, we want to promote a safe atmosphere. That's why we do it on the racetrack, and where it is a controlled environment. There are safety measures. There are ambulances, medical teams on standby.
Check nila kung okay na ang lahat. So medyo malaki yung crowd ng Wheeltech. I think that's our lady rider Bianca Rufino of Kawasaki Wheeltech.
No relation. I just want to point that out. Sa sobrang dami na nagtanong sa akin kung related kami ni Bianca Rufino, we are not. Yun na lang.
Big grid for our Pirelli Cup.
19 riders. Is there a preferred, para sa'yo, Reniel, is there a preferred number of riders on a grid for you?
Actually, wala naman preferred number, pero for safety measures, may certain number lang na allowable. And ina-average nila yung speed. Kasi kung hindi rin naman mag-aabot-abot, okay lang. Ang nagiging delikado lang naman ng big grid if yung part na likod is aabutan na ng mga nasa harap, magkakaroon na ng back marker. Pero if pare-pares naman kayo ng speed, okay lang. Okay lang.
This is leg 3 of the Philippine Superbike Championship, powered by Angkas. And the teams have been asked to leave the starting grid. It's been a relatively wet race Sunday.
So I'm sure they will have their warm-up to check the track.
And they are going to be released by batches, by rows.
As soon as our riders are back on the grid, make sure you clear the pit wall, because you are not allowed to watch on the pit wall. Thanks for your cooperation. Our riders are ready for the warm-up. Here we go.
And here we go, the warm-up lap for our riders, our racers, has begun. If you're just joining us, ito po yung Pirelli Cup Group 1. These are the big bikes out on the track. After this, we'll be having the 155 Super Sports and Sports class, followed by the MTRT Maxi Scooter 185 class, and then we're going to have a little bit of a break and come back for the races this afternoon. Thank you everybody for watching us on Facebook Live and on YouTube. 350 viewers watching us on Facebook Live. Maraming salamat for tuning in.
So we will see if the slick tire or rain tire will prevail.
So some people are on slicks, some people are on rain tires. Pero you notice, yung mga kabado, yung naka-slick tires.
Kasi medyo madulas talaga eh. Pagka naka-slick tire ka tapos may damp condition, medyo madulas talaga.
Pero yung advantage naman ng mga riders na to, because yung qualifying kahapon was even more wet. So, at the very least, alam nila na kaya naman nila eh.
Oo, kakapit pa rin.
Kakapit pa rin. Once again, the position on the grid is Clint Nolasco P1, Justin Guccia P3, and Ben Mondragon P3, I should say. Justin Guccia P2. Ito si Justin Guccia, a rookie cup, pero he's P2 on the grid. Yep.
Siya yung naka-groove yesterday sa wet qualifying.
He's riding number 13, as you can see. Is it number 13 on there? You can't see it from the side, though. But I can see right number
Saka him and Clint Nolasco separated by 0.5 seconds. They are waiting for Clint Nolasco to make his way to the front of the grid. There he is.
Mukhang sinulit ng mga ibang riders i-check yung track. Natagal lang silang nakabalik.
So we have 20 riders out on the grid today. This is Pirelli Cup Group 1, race number 1 for leg number 3 at the Batangas Racing Circuit. You see John Timbol there just really trying to get rid of some of the I guess medyo nervous siya, 'di ba? Sabi niya kanina, medyo nervous siya. And here we go. The visors are down, the lights are on. And they're off. Very bad start there for Ben Mondragon. Let's see what happens here heading into the first turn. John Timbol. Nervous daw siya. Hindi naman eh. Look at him taking the first, taking the P1 right away.
Mukhang nakaslig tayo to.
He started at P5, made it all the way to P1 right now. And before the race, he said that he was nervous.
So at least all the riders are safe from starting.
And it's John Timbol in bike number 823 leading the way. I guess if you're nervous, it's good. No?
Nakatanggal ng pagka-tense niya yung stretching niya kanina.
Parang nagsistretch siya, so sumasayaw ng konti before the start of the race. But he is ahead right now, followed by Clint Nolasco, who started at pole position in this race.
And sila din yung magkasunod from our last race here in BRC Race 2.
Clint Nolasco inching in closer here. Maybe wants to make a move here, entering the last turn into the front straight, and he does manage to stick it.
And ngayon ko lang napansin, no, na wala si Clyde Relativo sa class na to.
That's right. He usually joins this category, but decided not to now. So it's Clint Nolasco, followed by John Timbol, Mickey Mazzo top 3. Loquinario P4. Justin Guche has fell all the way to P5 at the moment. Lawrence Villanueva P6, Ian Ordonez P7, Angelo Abad 8, Ren C9, Hironomo David rounds up your top 10 at the moment. John Timbol starting at P5, got the jump on everybody, and is currently leading the way and looking very strong here, Rinya.
Yep. And ayun na, three-way battle. So kung naka-apekto kahapon yung wet QTT kay Mickey Mazzo, he qualified top 10. Ngayon, nasa top 3 siya. And mo na wake up call si John Timbol kasi nung in-overtaken siya ni Clint, nakabawi ka agad siya on the same lap. Mukhang yun lang yung kailangan niyang makita na okay pa yung track, kaya pa mag-push. Kasi usually pagka ikaw yung unang nag-set ng pace and then mixed condition, wala kang comparison if madula, kakapit ba, too much ba yung pace ko. And nung nakita niyang parang mabagal yung pace niya, nagdagdag ka agad siya.
So here they go, crossing the start-finish line once again. And the order is Timbol P1, followed by Nolasco Mazzo. That is your top 3. Justin Guche has managed to salvage some points, P4 at the moment. Loquinario 5.
And Mickey Maso improved his position from third place to second place, overtaking Clint Nolasco on the first turn.
Once again, if you're just joining us, Mickey Maso started from P10 in this race. Ito si John Timbol looking like he's gaining confidence more and more as this race continues. And the track looks like it is starting to dry up here, Reniel.
Yep.
And there's a rider down. That is bike number 31.
Ralph Andre Loquinario, riding a Kawasaki ZX-10R.
He started at P6 and his bike is down. Meanwhile, at the top of the order, John Timbol
versus Mickey Mazo.
Mickey Mazo has really made up some ground dito sa race na to. And looks like the people who decided to go on slicks have made the right choice. There they are entering the last turn into the main straight. Mickey Mazo making a move here on John Timbol, entering the first corner, but Timbol still manages to hold it. Clint Nolasco is P3, Justin Guche 4, Loquinario 5, Ordonez 6, Renzi 7, and Angelo Abad completes your top 8 at the moment.
So lumayo na yung oras ng top 2 riders natin, no, from Clint Nolasco from our last lap. 1 minute 44 for our top 2 riders and 1 minute 47 for third place Clint Nolasco.
Mickey Mazo with the fastest time at the moment of the race, 1:44.6. Ito naman si John Timbol with a 1:44.7. And the two of them leading the way here at the first race of the Pirelli Cup Group 1 in leg 3.
And the track is drying up. So pag nagtuloy-tuloy ito mamaya, mukhang dry race ulit for our race 2 ng PSBK.
There's only 3 laps to go. Can John Timbol hold off Mickey Mazo? Mickey Mazo is the fastest man on the track at the moment, but Timbol has the position until Mickey Mazo taking it from him here in the back part of BRC through the chicane, entering the last corner. Mickey Mazo has finally found the groove here, starting from P10, made his way all the way to the front of the pack.
So ito yung tanong, no, kung mahahabulin ba ni John Timbol. So from 1 minute 44, they have the same lap time.
It's Mazo, Timbol, Nolasco. That's your top 3. Justin Guche, P4. But Mickey Mazo, what a race for him so far here. He started once again at P10, found the groove. The track has dried up, and it looks like it worked in his favor. 2 laps to go. That's Mazo, followed by Timbol. Timbol applying a little bit of pressure here in the back part of BRC. Oh, you see them riding with a lot more confidence now. Yep. As the race continued.
And talagang natutuyo na yung racing line, no? Pag napansin mo.
Here they are through the chicane. It's still Mazo followed by Timbol entering the last turn.
So they are approaching their last lap of the race.
And the two of them are way in front of everybody else. as Mazo about to cross the start-finish line.
Same guys doing 1 minute 44 seconds.
Nolasco still P3. No, Justin Guche P3 now. Nolasco P4. Renzi P5. David 6. Abad 7.
Eh, tama ba yung naalala ko, Clint Nolasco is racing with rain tires?
Actually, yun nga sabi niya, naka-rain tires siya. And you see him drop from, he did start this race in P1. And he has fallen back.
And ganun kabilis, no? From basang-basang track ngayon. Bago matapos yung race, tuyo na yung racing line.
So that's really the gamble that you have to make. No? As look at this battle here between these two. Timbol has retaken the lead, but that's really the gamble that you take.
Yeah.
You roll the dice, and if it works your way, it works your way. It's worked the way for these two right here on slicks. Timbol and Maso.
And nakakatuwa, no? John Timbol, kakaumpisa pa lang niya sa BRC, mga ano natin to, resident track day riders ng Clark International Speedway. And ngayon, pumupunta siya sa iba't ibang racing line kahit medyo damp just to make sure maka-overtake siya kay Mickey Mazo for this last lap of the race.
And here they come in the last corner. Timbol followed by Mazo. And John Timbol will cross that start-finish line and claim victory. So we have John Timbol, Mickey Mazo, Justin Guche, Clint Nolasco falls to P4, Renzi 5, Geronimo David 6, Angelo Abad 7, and Ian Ordonez will get finish off your top 8. And you see the sportsmanship here between the two riders. They pushed each other and they gave each other a little bit of a scare, but it does manage to be P1 Timbol, P2 Mazo. Good race for him.
And good effort also from Renzi starting at the back of the grid.
That's right.
To top 5 finish.
Renzi actually started way back there, but managed to find his way all the way to the points. As you see the start of the race once again. Yeah, John Timbol, before the race, you saw him like shaking his head, shaking his hands, just trying to get rid of some nerves. And it worked. It worked, and right off the bat, he managed to get the position and was able to hold off and the challenge by Mickey Mazo. But what a race for Mickey Mazo. He started P10 here, Rainiel, and manages to lead parts of the race, but still managing P2.
Kahit naman kaka-start pa lang ni Mickey Mazo sa Superbike class, no? Matagal na rin siyang kumakarera. So, familiar na siya sa wet race, gantong condition. So, yun. Racecraft yung nagdala sa kanya naman from P10 to P1 kanina, then finishing P2. So, at least good points from him. Hindi ko lang sure kung ano nangyari kay Clyde Relativo. Hindi siya sumali ngayon sa Pirelli Group 1.
Yeah, but he did join Pirelli Cup Group 2, the 400cc category. Siguro he realized after the last race weekend na medyo kakapagod talaga to join multiple events.
Or kinumpute niya dahil dun sa fall from last race sa Batangas. Baka nag-focus na siya ngayon. Kumbaga nag-recalibrate sila ng target, ng team.
Which is very possible, no? Because as we see some of the riders that are down there.
And may sumemplang sa last part ng race.
Yeah, let's see if we can get a confirmation on who that was or who that is that's down on the track. But it looks like he was okay. He just needed to get a breather. But we do have safety measures nga here dito sa BRC. No? We have a couple of ambulances. We have medical team. And it is a controlled environment. So, we know it's a little bit of a wet situation. But although it is drying up, but the safety measures are there for the riders. And up next, we're going to be having the 155 Super Sports and Sports class. These are the young guns of the motorcycle racing scene dito sa Pilipinas. And are we going to have a little bit of a break as it looks like a safety car has to go out for that rider? And we are taking a quick break. We'll be right back.
All set. Let's go.
Hi guys, I'm TJ Alberto. I'm a rider this year in the Asia Superbike Championship. I'll be riding in the ASB 1000 on the number 77 Ducati Panigale V4R, so watch out for me on the races. And last year was actually also the 2021 Philippine Superbike champion with the Ducati Panigale V4R. This year I'm so happy to be part of the Angkas Motorsports family. It's so nice to have gotten this partnership rolling. And I'm really so happy to have the support of you guys. I really feel the love and compassion from you guys about the motorcycling industry, and that's what I'm all about. I really love motorcycles from the very start, ever since I was so young. So thank you so much, and see you all on the road, mga kagulong.
All set. Let's go.
All right, welcome back to the Philippine Superbike Championship, coming to you from beautiful Batangas in the legendary Batangas Racing Circuit. Ako po si Gino Rufino, of course, joined by Reynel Resuelo, and we do have the rose among the thorns. We have Phoebe Walker down at the starting grid.
Yes, we are about to open race 1 of the 155 Super Sports category, beginning with Joseph Purino. Hi Joseph, kamusta ka?
Ayos naman po.
You hold pole position, so kahapon kahit maulan, you did very well. Paano ka nag-adapt sa wet course?
Medyo, nag-adapt naman po medyo madali lang kasi pinaghandaan ko po yung, yung race ngayon.
Very good, buti pinaghandaan mo. Paano mo ito pinaghandaan?
Batak po sa practice, kahit po naulan, kahit bumabagyo, nagpa-practice.
So ngayon, nagpalit ka ba ng gulong? Kasi medyo maganda ng panahon, ano?
Opo.
Okay, ano expectation mo? Happy ka ba?
Medyo masaya naman po. Lagi po play safe, pati sa kalaban.
Alright, congrats your P1 retain mo yan, alright? Good luck. Alright, let us move on to our first female racer that I will be interviewing today, Bethany Tolentino. Hi Bethany, kamusta? How do you feel?
I'm a bit nervous actually because medyo magulo yung weather. But kahit ano naman, I'm good. Yeah.
How did you prepare for a wet course?
Actually kailangan ko talaga physical tsaka yung mind na i-prepare, and I can say I'm actually ready. I'm just a bit nervous.
Okay, that's all the time we have now, Gino. Talk to you later.
Maraming salamat, Phoebe Walker, for that interview. Sabi nga ni Bethany, she's a little bit nervous.
Yep.
Kasi I guess she's not really used to racing in the rain, no? Or in the wet. Pero the track has dried up, and it looks like it should be medyo makapit ngayon. So it should be a fun race here between in the 155 Super Sports and Sports class.
So from qualifying yesterday, ang hindi lang natin nakita sa front row of the grid is si Alfonsi Dakigan. So hindi natin sure kung nag-start ba siya from the back of the grid or di na siya pumasok kahapon dahil maulan din.
Of course, Alfonsi Dakigan, I think he's the youngest rider that we have.
Always racing with Bethany.
Oh, palagi sila yung parang rival sila eh. How old is Alfonsi now?
Hindi ko lang sure, baka mga 15?
14, 15, no?
14, 15. So from our list, nandito rin si Masato Fernando. Hindi ko lang sure kung nag-join siya.
So here we go. This is the start of the race. There is no warm-up. Joseph Porino on your screens. Bike number 18. Currently leading the way. Bethany Tolentino, bike number 30 at P2. Bethany, sabi nga niya kanina kay Phoebe na medyo nervous, but she's ready. But she did say something, as we see here, a overtaking maneuver. But what Bethany said kanina, that is actually overtaking two riders.
Yeah, Alfonsi.
That's bike number 51, Alfonsi Dakigan. You were looking for him kanina. And there he is. He making his presence felt right now. The youngster, 15 years old, 14 years old, Alfonsi, now leading the race. But something that Bethany said kanina that was really important was really the mindset of a rider, of a racer. You need to be confident. You need to be able to be ready, and just pure focus pagdating sa karera. So Alfonsi Dakigan managing to get P1 at the moment, but you see here that is Joseph Porino, who started from pole position.
And yung experience din ni Alfonsi, talagang confident siya, or na-track read niya ng tama kanina sa warm-up. Hindi pala warm-up, yung outlap nila from the pit lane. So mukhang chinek na niya yung track, saan siya dadaan. Kasi nakita mo naman from second turn pa lang on lap 1, nag-umpisa na siya mag-push.
And if those of you who are wondering what that blue vest that he is using, that is an airbag. And here they go, entering turn number 1. Alfonsi leading the way. Purino following him.
Yan talagang pinupush nila, no? Pag napansin nyo sa mga screen, they're using every inch of the track.
And Purino looking to make a move here, but Alfonsi battling back. These young racers, the future of Philippine motorsports. When you're 15 years old, 14 years old, parang wala ka pang fear, no? Masyado.
Yun talagang naka-ano lang sila, naka-focus lang sila. And yun yung isa sa mga reminders din or good to know sa mga viewers natin. Yung mga rider kasi talagang naka-immerse ka lang sa motorsports. Usually walang dalawang identity. If nasa motorsports ka, nasa motorsports ka talaga. Parang mga boxers, di ba? Parang nandun sila sa fight game. Fight game talaga na walang kalahating corporate or kalahating nasa medical field. Talagang usually, naka-immerse lang talaga sila sa motorsport.
Like a Marvin, like a TJ. Yun talaga yung ginagawa nila eh. It's part of who they are.
Yes. Yung lifestyle, daily activities, lahat complementary lang sa racing.
So here we go. Takigan P1, Purino P2, Bethany P3, Chino Perez P4. Chino Perez has taken a P3 at the moment from Bethany. But P1, Alfonsi Takigan. Looking very good right now. The race order is Takigan P1, Purino P2, Perez P3, Marmol P4, Resultay P5, Bethany Tolentino P6, Mateo Lopez P7, and that's the order at the moment, the top 7.
And kahit sobrang rival ni Joseph Purino and Alfonsi Takigan, no, sobrang complementary sa kanila yung isa't isa kasi bibilis yung pace nila. Kasi imagine if si Alfonsi lang. Wala nang challenge eh. Or si Joseph Purino lang. Hindi sila mahahatak. So kahit matindi yung rivalry nila, makakatulong to sa career nila. Mas bibilis, competitive.
Parang ano yan eh, diba? Parang Magic Johnson, Larry Bird. They really pushed each other to be as great as they could possibly be.
And dun sa mga nagtatanong, no, nung pinagkaiba ng international race, kumbaga yung rivalry nila na yan, times 20. Kasi ganun kadami yung magagaling doon na hindi pwedeng saktong effort lang. Talagang laging sobra-sobra ka sa effort na ibibigay mo every race weekend.
We still have 5 laps to go in this race. It's still Takigan P1, Purino P2, Perez P3. That is your top 3. Marmol, Resultay, Tolentino round up the following 6 or the following 3. And then you have Chino Perez and Mateo Lopez rounding up your top 7. Alfonsi Takigan started way back. and has managed to hold on to this lead at the moment.
And nakita mo, naka-head down lang sila all the way. So, yan, matinding pace yan. And yung focus niyan, para sa mga viewers natin, mahirap i-sustain yung ganyan eh. Na naka-head down ka lang, di mo iniisip yung nasa likod mo. Yung nasa likod mo naman, iniisip lang mapunta sa harapan mo. At a young age.
Yes.
At a young age.
At, kasi when I was 15 years old, nagdi-G.I. Joe pa ako. Ay, hindi naman siguro. Transformers.
So, ang comparison naman nito sa ibang sport, kung cycling man, running, or triathlon, at a young age, yan yung mileage nila. Di ba? Yun nga daw yung mahirap palitan sa mga iba't ibang sport, yung time invested na nagawa mo na compare sa papasok pa lang.
So with 3 laps to go, Alfonsi still leading the way. Porino still P2. Resultay now P3. Marmol P4. Bethany Tolentino P5. Chino Perez 6. Mateo Lopez 7. So Porino just keeping pace here with Takigan. Actually, Porino has the fastest lap of the day in this race.
So, hindi natin alam, no, kung 100% na si Joseph or naghihintay siya ng tamang lap count.
Yeah.
Kasi sobrang dikit eh.
It's remember yung strategy ni Sobretodo that he would wait, and look at this, he didn't go for it. But Sobretodo would wait until the later laps to make his move. And Porino, maybe he's just keeping pace here, showing Alfonsi na, hey, I'm right here.
And medyo applicable dito yung strategy yun kasi one-on-one.
Oo.
So, pwede mong i-reserve kung meron kang pace para hindi ka na mabalikan. Pero pagka yung katulad kanina na 6 riders kayo, 5 riders kayo, medyo mahirap kasi makaka-apekto sa strategy mo yung 4 other riders na pwedeng uminside sa'yo, madala ka sa outer lane or sa inner lane.
And then that's a lot of positions, a lot of points lost
to regain.
Ito, dalawa lang. Here they go, entering the last turn into the main straight. Alfonsi taking a look back to see how far Porino is. And he's not very far at all as they head towards the first turn. Resultay now has taken over P3, followed by Marmol, Tolentino, Lopez, and Perez. But the top two, pretty much neck and neck. Takigan and Porino.
2 laps to go.
When will Porino make his move, if he will make a move?
Maybe on the last lap.
Maybe the last lap. Maybe in the back part of BRC. And the track conditions have dried up. It looks like hopefully it's going to hold like this for the rest of the day. We do have one more race before lunch break. It's the MTRD Maxi Scooter 185 class. So sa mga mahilig sa scooter, mahilig sa underbone, sport bike, superbike, naked bike, all of those are in action today dito sa BRC.
So approaching our last lap.
Ito na. Going through the chicane. Corino getting really close here to Alfonsi Taquigan into the last turn of BRC.
May kita nila last lap. Mukhang tumatango si Joseph Purino or hinahangin yung helmet. Hindi ko sure kung sinesenyasan siya sa kung may pitboard siya.
So Resultay, Marmol, Tolentino, Lopez, and Perez. That completes the top 7. The battle for first is between Alfonsi Taquigan and Joseph Purino. This is the last lap. Let's see if Purino will make a move now. Or can Alfonsi hold him off? Purino getting close. Does not try it there.
Wow.
It looked like he thought about it there, but decided not to push for it as they entered the back part of BRC.
And nagkaroon ng gap na pwedeng i-maintain ni Alfonsi. And this is the last lap.
Yeah.
Para sa mga viewer natin, last lap.
So Purino looks like he's going to try and make a move right here. Well, he has only a couple of turns left. Purino against Alfonsi. Purino on the inside. Let's see if he can make it stick. And yes, he does. Joseph Purino waited till the the back part of BRC in the last lap.
And talagang pinili niyang sa braking spot, no? Hindi sa corner, hindi sa...
Purino just hung around the entire race. Just was close enough to Alfonsi. Just waited and waited and waited until the very last lap to make his move. And he was able to get it. And here they are in the main straight. And Joseph Purino will take the victory. What a fantastic race for Joseph Purino. Alfonsi Taquigan has to settle for second. Jared Resultay, P3. Mark Jason Marmol, P4. Bethany Tolentino, P5. Mateo Lopez and Chino Perez round up the top 7. What a race here between these two. Alfonsi Taquigan and Joseph Purino.
Ganda ng karera. Every race natin, every round, kahit iilan lang sila dito sa category to, medyo exciting talaga laging panoodin. And maybe next year, nasa 400cc class na sila with other riders.
Yeah, I think that's gonna happen. Parang, I mean, you could see the skill, but you could see nandun eh.
Yeah.
So maybe just a little bit of get used to bigger bikes as we see some of the highlights of this race. But what a great start there by Alfonsi Taquigan. Found his way all the way to the front of the race order almost immediately.
And I'm sure nakakailang rounds na rin tayo na nililid niya halos more than 80% of the race and then na-overtaken siya sa last 2 or last lap of the race. So, Daddy Danny and Tito Dexter, ano pa bang ma-set up sa bike ni Alfonsi?
Of course, having family that's into racing as well benefits him. Now, coming up, we're going to be bringing you the MTRT Maxi Scooter 185 class. It's a very famous category dito sa Philippine Superbike Championship. And there's the win. That was a very close race throughout, no? But it was a nice win there by Joseph Purino on a very what a whatever performance by Alfonso Daquigan pero just came up short dun sa dulo.
Yeah, and hats off syempre kay Joseph na tingnan niya all the way yung karera. And kakaiba din kasi ang pinili niya is yung braking spots eh. Usually pagka ganun katagal, pipili ka ng spot na pwede ka maka-overtake sa naka-slipstream ka sa straight or sa high-speed turns. Pero mas pinili niya yung harder route, which is yung braking point. Doon siya overtake. So, galing. Congratulations to Joseph Purino and his team.
So up next is the MTRT Maxi Scooter 185 class on P1 on the starting grid, who finished first sa qualifying lap natin kahapon. Armand Salandanan is P1, JP Capili P2, EJ Sobretodo P3, followed by Christian Anderson, Jed Abrayan, Jared Resultay, RV Arevalo, Tun Ang, Lester Contantino, and Holo Suba round up the top 10. There are 40 riders
40 riders
on this grid.
Yes, and magkakaibang category to, but all of them are riding 185 Maxi Scooter.
Sorry, there are 47 riders.
And mix manufacturer kasi may mga nakikita akong Kimco, KRV, and some of them are MTRT.
So
some of them are using Yamaha Aerox scooter.
So syempre, yung mga Aerox, napaka-popular yan dito sa Pilipinas, no? Actually, sa Motodeal, yun yung number one, most requested for bike.
Review. Galing.
Most requested for information of the bike, yung Aerox.
Magandang next na pala ng Motodeal, track review. And Marilaki review.
Nako.
Willing akong sumama.
Ikaw yung follow the leader, ikaw yung leader.
Pwede. Performance review. At early days kasi 'di ba ng YouTube, yung mga cycle sector ba yun? Cycle gear. Yung lagi silang may shootout for track shootout, and then meron silang road shootout, and then iba-ibang manufacturer.
Which is fun. Which is fun to watch.
But at least ngayon, yung may sarili ng community sa Philippines, talagang loyal viewers mo.
Yeah, meron. But in this particular race, no, 47 riders. For sure, you're gonna reach the back markers here, yung mga front runners dito.
Yep. Ang kagandahan lang naman dito, hindi ganun kabilis yung pace na makakaiwas yung mga leader, mga front runners natin compared to sport bike na syempre lapping 1 minute 35. Pagpasok mo ng corner, usually paglabas mo wala nang time makaiwas eh. So dito naman sa scooter, may time silang makaiwas. Makikita nila yung mga back markers malayo pa lang. Imagine if gantong kadami yung class nila Alfonsi and Joseph. And then lahat competitive.
So maraming fans dito, yung mga yung Dad's Garage, parang maraming fans sa
Facebook
Live. Sa Facebook Live Dad's Garage, Team Scam Racing, Fast Tech. So we are gonna have Phoebe in a few minutes talk to some of our riders. This is our last race before lunch break. And you heard that. The lunch is being served for our rider participants. So this is an 8-lap race. 47 riders. Different categories. And Phoebe's ready. Let's send it down to Phoebe in the track.
Hi boys! Quick interviews coming your way. Hi! Magsisimula tayo kay Sir JB Kapili. Tama, alright. Sir, how are you? How are you right now?
Okay naman po, medyo kabado.
Yeah. Is this your first race of the day?
Hindi po, nag-race na din ako nung nakaraan.
Okay. So, kamusta? Nag-adjust ka ba from your first race earlier?
Marami naman po naging adjustment. Mas nag-improve po tayo.
Okay. Tulad ng?
Sa engine, tsaka po sa practice ng ano.
Okay. Alright, ano expectation mo?
Sana maging okay lahat, walang maging problema.
Yes. Alright. Good luck ha. Be safe. Alright. So that was JP Kapili. Now, let's move on to number 64, Arman Salandanan. Hi. Kamusta? Is this your first race of the day? Hindi.
Hindi ba?
Kamusta yung first race mo kanina? Ano yung experience mo?
Medyo nahihirapan po kasi naninibago kami sa panahon eh. Basa yung racetrack. Kaya nag-adjust kami.
Yes. But now, it's dry. So, happy ka?
Siyempre po. Sobra.
Yes. So, paano ka nag-prepare?
Practice lang po, ganon. Simula ng Friday, dito kami.
Simula Friday. Okay, ano expectation mo ngayon? Mananalo ka ba?
Ayoko po mag-expect eh. Kung ano na lang po yung maging resulta.
Sige, usap tayo ulit mamaya ha. Okay, lipat tayo ngayon kay Sean Barshal from Team JVT. Hi. Alright. Hi, Sean. Hello. Kamusta? Kamusta? How are you feeling? This is pang ilang race mo na to ngayong araw?
Pangalawa po. Medyo masakit lang yung right wrist ko dahil sa high side kanina, pero pipilitin na makaikot. Pero pagka hindi na kaya, papasok ko na lang.
Okay, yeah. So, what's your strategy now na meron kang slight injury?
Tingin ko, titignan ko lang kung kaya ko pa makasunod. Pero gagawin ko pa rin yung best ko.
Okay, alright. Be safe ha? And smile. Alright. Let's move on to Kerwin Chang, who holds P2 position and is also part of Team JVT. Hi, kamusta, Kerwin? How are you? How was your experience sa first race mo kanina?
Yung first race ko sa underbone pa. Medyo pangit yung nangyari na aksidente ako. Masama pa yung pakiramdam pero laban lang.
So you're feeling better now?
Oo naman.
So, familiar ka ba sa BRC? Okay ka naman, walang problema?
Opo, familiar naman.
Okay. So, ano tingin mo nangyari? Bakit ka na sumemplang kanina?
Di ko rin alam eh. May bigla na lang na sa akin bang.
Sa bagay may mga araw na hindi sa atin, like we have bad days, right? So, what's your expectation? Ano ang mindset mo right now?
Siyempre, mag-champion para sa paghihirap ng buong team namin.
Good luck, Has. Talk to you later. All right, guys, let's move on to Ton Farrin, number 63, again from Team JVT. Team JVT is dominating this category. Kamusta? How are you feeling? Okay ka ba?
Okay naman. A little bit excited.
Good. Pang ilang race mo of the day?
Ito, first race ko to.
And magandang panahon, hindi tulad kanina na maulan, ano? So, ano ang mindset mo at expectation mo right now?
Sana makapwesto. Yes. Yun lang. Kahit hindi ko na inaasam yung first, basta makapwesto lang sa 1, 2, 3. Okay na ako.
Kasi ang 1, 2, 3 is same team, Team JVT. So paano yun? How do you look at it competitively?
Ano na lang, kumbaga parang give chance na lang sa iba. Kung bawang wag nang pilitin.
Okay. Pero kung kaya, you're gonna grab number 1.
Kung kaya naman, edi push natin.
Push mo yan, ha? Basta be safe, alright? Okay, let's talk to P6 ngayon. Ayan, maraming chicks. Dito tayo sa maraming chicks. EJ Sobretodo, na hi! Hi! Hello, sir. Pa-interview po, ah. Hi, EJ! Kamusta?
Okay naman po. Ayun, masaya kasi naka-second place sa underbone. Tsaka naka-champion tayo sa 400. Hindi ko naman masyado na-expect yun. Pero ngayon, nag-i-improve na yung mga training namin. Ngayon, pang-P6 ako dito, hindi ko pa alam kung anong magiging kakalabasan ng karera, pero gagawin ko pa rin yung best ko para pumodium.
Yes, kasi ang dami mong pinaghahanda ang karera, no? I-share mo naman sa amin kung gaano kakatagal at kahaba na nag-e-ensayo.
Kada isang motor, 15 laps ng 15 laps. Tapos, syempre, yung learning sa motorcycle kasi open category, kailangan alam mo rin yung lifespan ng motor mo. So napapractice din yung pakikinig ko rin sa motorcycle, kaya masaya ako ngayon na nag-i-improve lahat ng mga paghihirap namin. Kaya sana magtuloy-tuloy hanggang race 2.
Yes, tanong ko lang, do you also study yung galaw ng mga co-racers mo? Hindi.
Yes po. Bale, pagka nasa loob kami ng racetrack, pinag-aaralan ko kung saan sila mahina, kung saan sila malakas para nakakapag-adjust ako. Kasi hindi consistent yung takbo namin eh. May time talaga na may liko sila na mas na-improve nila. Tapos yung na-improve nilang sakay, minsan bumabagal sila. Kaya kailangan sa loob ng racetrack, pinag-aaralan ko talaga sila.
Last time, masakit ang shoulder mo. Ngayon, okay ka ba? 100%? You're good?
Yes po, 100% naman po. Ngayon, stamina okay, lahat okay. Kaya sana maka-podium pa rin kasi leading ako sa points dito. Kaya sana maka-podium pa rin.
Yes, that's great. You have a lot of fans cheering you on. So good luck, EJ. Lipat tayo ngayon kay P7, Christian Anderson. Hi! Hello po, kamusta? How are you feeling? Ang ganda ng panahon, swerte ka.
Okay naman, isang magandang laban lang. Dahil lakas ng mga kalaban.
Yes.
Makadikit lang, okay na kami.
Sino sa tingin mo bang biggest threat mo dito na gustong-gusto mong matalo?
Wala naman, lahat sila gusto ko matalo. Ayun lang.
So ano expectation mo?
Isang mga safe na laro lang at saka magandang panahon. Yun lang.
So nakuha mo ng magandang panahon?
Magandang laro na lang sa loob ang papakita. Yun na lang.
Ano motto mo ngayon?
Wala akong moto.
Wala moto. Okay, God is with you, mga ganun.
Yun na lang.
Okay, good luck ha. Be safe. Alright, di pa tayo tapos dyan. Balik tayo kay P8 dito kay Jeff Tiopenko. Hi! Kamusta po? How are you feeling?
Okay lang. Medyo pagod.
Pagod. Okay. Ano experience mo kahapon nung qualifying? Kasi ibang panahon, no? Kwentuhan mo kami.
Medyo mahirap kahapon kaya malayo pwesto ko ngayon. Kaya okay, pero okay lang.
Okay. Pero
ano naman na.
Oh, tama. So anong game plan mo? Gusto mo para maka number 1?
Syempre push lang ng push. Okay. Ayun, syempre diskarte rin. Ayun.
Sige, ano expectation mo?
Kahit ano naman manalo matalo okay lang Enjoy lang.
So meron ka pa bang ibang race after this ngayon? Kasali ka ba sa Angkas Dream Cup?
Hindi. Dito lang.
Okay. Good luck, alright? Alright! Hindi pa tayo natapos dyan. Dito tayo, P9. Ito na yung pinakamahaba kong exposure. Hi, Jarrell Resultay. Ayan. How are you feeling?
Feel confident.
Okay, pang ilang race mo to ngayong araw?
Pangatlo po.
Pangatlo. So may adjustments ka ba from your prior races today? May ginawa ka bang pagbabago?
Yung sakay lang po. Sakay lang po sa motor.
Sakay sa motor. Okay. Game plan, what is your strategy with your team?
Ano po?
Game plan, may strategy ba kayo ng team mo na ginawa for this one?
Wala naman po. Mag-isa lang po ako
Okay, so ano gusto mo mangyari? Expectation, let's go!
Magandang race lang po.
Okay.
Yun lang po.
Alright, very good. Be safe, alright? Okay, back to you guys.
Alright, maraming salamat Phoebe Walker. And so P1, P2 in this race, both suffering a little bit of injuries from previous races. No? Yung nahulog sila. Sabi nga ni Sean Barshal kanina na kung hindi niya kaya,
pasok na lang. Kasi tulad nga nung tinanong mo kanina, no, para sa mga rider na may multiple categories, siguro ang iniingatan pa rin is yung sa angkas or yung 155 category, yung Underbone King. So, ayan. Yun yung nakakatakot kung kabaliktaran na bumagsak siya sa hindi naman talaga niya main category.
Yeah, tapos si EJ Sobretodo, daming inspiration dun sa track.
Kompleto, full support.
Full support Grabe talaga to si Angkas, ano? But it's going to be interesting to see, no? Because he pointed out something kanina si EJ. He is leading the overall championship in this category.
Yeah.
And right now, he is not in 1, 2, 3. He's actually in P5, P6 dito sa starting grid. So he has some work cut out for him dito sa karera na to.
Pagka, I'm sure nag-prioritize naman na sila dun sa dami ng category nila. Kung ano yung mga tina-target nila ngayon. Kasi consider as kalahati na rin ang season after this weekend. So makikita na nila kung saan ba sila leading, ano yung dapat i-chase, ano yung pwedeng mag-relax ng konti, hindi pwede magkamali. So I'm sure may mga ganun na sila na discussion dun sa team.
Alright, there is going to be no warm-up lap here for this. This is the MTRT Maxi Scooter 185 class, a very popular class dito sa Pilipinas. So much so that there are 47 riders on the starting grid at the moment. The top 3 all from the same team, Team JVT. Great start here by Chang. But the 3 of them, they can use this to their advantage that the 3 of them are there in the front. Pero sabi nga ni Sean Barcia, kung hindi niya kaya, pasok na lang. Not worth it daw. It's Team JVT, 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Very early on in this race, there are 7 laps.
I'm sure sinabihan silang wag na magitgitan.
Yeah, kanina the Kerwin Chang had a spill, and then after that, Barshal had a spill. So two of the 2 top riders dito sa starting grid, both nursing some injuries. And let's see if some of the other guys can capitalize on that. 47 riders out there. Let's see if Team JVT will have maybe some kind of teamwork here to protect the leader, since they have all 3 top positions at the moment. There they are entering the chicane, going towards the last turn into the main straight. So Team JVT still holding on to the 1, 2, 3 positions here as they make their way to the main straight. Crossing the start-finish line first in the first lap. Still 3 JVT riders: Kerwin Chang, Ton Farin, Sean Barshal. That's your 1, 2, 3. Salandanan 4, Sobretodo 5, Chupenco 6, De La Cruz 7, and Tabaquero will round up your top 8. So mukhang okay pa naman yung kamay ni Sean Barshal and ni Kerwin Chang. Na-high side pala kanina si Chang, ano?
And I'm sure may pupush pa si EJ dito.
Well, EJ Sobretodo has been leading this category throughout the season, but it looks like there's an issue there. There's an issue with one of the riders with his hand up. That actually might be EJ Sobretodo.
Yeah. Check lang natin yung mga bike numbers ngayon dahil parang magkakulay sila.
So Team JVT here still looking pretty good. It's bike number 63. They still hold the top 2 positions here in this race. Ton Farin and Kerwin Chang. As Team JVT still holding the top 2 position in this race. So it's Ton Farin number 1, Sean Barshal 2, Arman Salandanan 3, Kerwin Chang 4.
So mukhang si EJ Sobretodo nga yung may technical issues kanina.
Yeah, in the back straight of BRC, EJ Sobretodo signaled that there's something wrong with the bike.
And it will be a big blow sa championship points niya, no? Kung masisiro siya dito sa race na ito.
Yeah. So Ton Farin, who started P3 in this race, sabi niya nga kanina na it's really the only race he's joining. So siguro parang baka advantage yan sa kanya na medyo fresh pa siya.
And nakita natin na umaraw ng tuluyan dito sa Batangas Racing Circuit. So if gusto niyo manood ng mga race 2, pwede pa kayong humabol.
That's right. So we are gonna go all the way till the afternoon. So if you're in the area, make your way down to BRC and enjoy the action live. So Farin and Chang still leading the way here para sa Team JVT.
With 5 laps to go.
Make that Farin and Barshal. Chang is P4 at the moment. All of them Team JVT. There's a little bit of magka-teammates ka sila, but of
friendly
course,
competition.
Friendly competition. So it's Sean Barshal leading the way, followed by Ton Farin. Arman Salandanan is P3. Kerwin Chang still P4. JP Kapili P5. Make that Jeffrey Chopenko P5. JP Kapili P6. So Sean Barshal complained earlier about a painful left hand, and it looks like he's still okay here. He's kind of dicing with his teammate Ton Farin. And that might open a door here para kay Salandanan. As Farin reclaims the lead sa middle section ng BRC. And there's another racer with a issue with the bike. So we still have Farin, Barshal, Salandanan, Chang. Those are your top 4. As there are some back markers there that the top 3 are going to be passing now. As they head over to the chicane, the back part of BRC. Four laps to go. More back markers. Once again, there are 47 riders on this grid. So, syempre, aabutin talaga yung mga back markers dyan. Salandanan trying to make a move here, decides not to. Still got 4 laps to go. As soon as they cross this, it's going to be down to 3. Ito na, Barshal, Farin, Salandanan, Chang, Chopenko, De La Cruz, Kapili, Resultay. That is your top 3. Make that Farin followed by Barshal. It looks like Salandanan is in between the Team JVT members. So it's Farin, Salandanan, Barshal. Farin has looked very strong in this race. Started from P3, now currently leads
And ang dami na nilang inabutang back markers, no? Ito yung kanina nating pinag-uusapan about having 40 plus riders on the grid with different category and magkakaibang, hindi sila identical lap times. Aabutan at aabutan pa lang. And imagine, 3 laps to go. So, madami pa silang maaabutang riders.
But the 3 of them have looked very, very strong here. Although Farina started to fall back a little bit, as Barshal and Salandanan have taken over, momentarily at least. Salandanan making a push here into the first turn. He is now the race leader, followed by Barshal and then Farin. But Farin reclaims the position right here in turn number 1. Can't make it stick as Salandanan claims the position back.
Two laps to go. Nagkahiwa-hiwalay na. Mukhang may problem na sa bike ni Sean.
So out of 3 JVT riders, there's only 1 left, at least in the front. They started 1, 2, 3, but now it's only Farin holding the fort for Team JVT. He's got 2 laps to make it count. Salandanan chasing him down. Farin taking a look at how far Salandanan is, and Salandanan said, "I'm right here."
And they're approaching their last lap of the race. So hopefully walang back marker na maka-apekto sa race position nila.
They have passed a lot of back markers already. And Salandanan and Farin right next to each other here as they cross the start-finish line.
For the last lap
of the
race.
This is the last lap right now. Farin still ahead. Salandanan P2, Sean Barshal P3. And Salandanan takes the lead here at the first turn, but can't make it stick as you see them a little bit of
nudging.
A little bit of trying to make some room there. So it's Farin, Salandanan, Chopenko, Capili, De La Cruz, Resultay. Looks like it's race over for Sean Barshal. So once again, Team JVT had 3 riders in the front of the starting grid. There's only 1 now. And that is Farin.
So one-on-one battle ulit to between Farin and Salandanan.
And Salandanan looks like there could be an issue here with Farin's bike. Salandanan has pulled away in the back part of BRC. Oh, what a pity here para kay Farin.
Yeah.
He was having such a strong race, and all of a sudden, here in the final lap, his bike cannot, it looks like he's gonna drop all the way down here.
Yeah.
Pero for Team JVT, kanina, Radial, 1, 2, 3 sila sa starting grid.
Yes.
And it looks like none of them are gonna be able to score points.
And nadaan ng patience and consistency ni Arman Salandanan.
And Arman Salandanan walks away with this race win here. As you see him pumping that fist.
Celebrating.
Salandanan wins the MTRT Maxi Scooter 185 class race number 1. What a race for him. Unfortunate situation here para kay Ton Farin and company sa mga teammates niya, yung taga Team JVT. But great race win here para kay Salandanan. You know, for a while, he was following the 3 teammates. And then little by little, one by one, he leapfrogged all of them to a race win. So there's a bunch of racers that did not manage to finish. Kerwin Chang, EJ Sobretodo, JR Suba, all of them did not finish this race. But this man did. Arman Salandana, P1. What a strong race there para kay Armin Salandanan. At one point, it looked like he had to settle for a fourth place victory because he had 2 teammates in front of him from P1. Then yun nga, one by one, he took them. Like right there, the start of the race, there's 3 team members from JVT. Unfortunately, one by one, they fell behind as Arman Salandanan was able to power through this race and ending up getting the victory.
Yes. And nag-intensify pa yung battle nila between Ton Farin and Arman. And another favorite, EJ Sobertodo, nagkaroon din ng technical issue.
Yeah.
So malaking blow to sa championship points niya.
So imagine that, para kay EJ Sobretodo, mas una pa yung bike niya to give up instead of him. Mas malakas pa siya sa bike eh. He's joining 7 races today. As we take a look at this, Farin really looked strong in this race, Rainiel. It looked like he was ready to get the victory until that very last lap.
Ito yung battle nila for the last lap.
Entering their last lap. Pero yun nga, there's problems with the bike of Farin, and this man was able to pull away for the win, and that's Armand Salandanan. And we are going to be taking a quick break and a lunch break, and we'll be back in just a few moments.
Angkas has always been advocating safety riding. No? Ito yung naging cornerstone po talaga ng Angkas na mapakita sa tao na ang pagsasakay ng motorsiklo, magagawa po natin yan in a safe manner. And yung Angkas Dream Cup is the epitome, no? Talagang the highest level of motorcycle safety riding. So talagang we wanted to really embody that, no? And show everybody na, you know, if you have the talent, you know, take it out of the streets and into the track. Hindi naman po lahat ng tao nakakapag-participate sa motorsports. So, ginawa po natin yung Angkas Dream Cup so that we can bring motorsports down to the grassroots level. Ngayon dun sa 18 million na nagmomotorsiklo, may chance na ngayon, mayaman ka man o mahirap ka, basta meron kang talento sa pagmomotorsiklo, pwede ka sumali sa Angkas Dream Cup. Open po yan. At kung ikaw ay naging champion po dito, we will support you between the partnership of Angkas and Ducati all the way up to international races.
With the proper support, kaya nga ang binibigay ng Angkas is this program where we teach our fellow Filipinos on how to succeed in the international level para maiangat natin na ang Pilipino hindi lang nagmamaneho ng motor pero competitive din internationally, which is pinakita ni Troy TJ na possible pala.
So that was my first podium in the IDM Championship, which was the German Supersport 300 Championship. So not only was I the first to participate there, but also the first to podium. So of course I'm really proud of myself, but more than that, I'm thankful for all of the support that everyone's been giving me, because it's not a journey that I take alone, but also with a lot of help from other people. I'm really thankful that Angkas is supporting me in my career, in my goal, my dreams, and I'm so proud that they want to do this for not just myself, but also so many other riders. So I hope that the Philippines becomes let's say a motorsport country, because now it's a growing sport, and I think that in a few years maybe we can have more Philippine riders in international competition.
Magkaiba po yung inasabi natin na basta racing lang, no? Dun sa tinatawag nating motorsports, right? So when you put it in the context of sporting, meron niyang rules and regulation, controlled environment yan. And we always exercise the safety of the athletes, the safety of the people that are participating in the sporting event. So talagang dito po natin makikita yung skill ng bawat tao sa pagra-ride nila, but in a controlled and safe environment.
Alam ko, na-recommended ako ni Kuya TJ, kay Sir George, kasi magkakakilala nga po sila na nag-aangkas nga po si Papa. Tapos yun, marunong din akong rider, kumbaga may experience. Ayun, nagsisimula talaga ako, doon kami kumuha ng pera na pang ano sa karera ko, kasi hindi naman biro yung mga gastos eh. Talagang sinabi ko, bago magkarera, mag-training ako ng training. Nagbunga naman lahat ng hard work. Kahit na sobrang dami kong category, parang wala lang daw nangyari sa akin kasi hindi naman biro yung mga ginawa ko bago pumunta dito eh. Kasi sinasabi na para daw akong robot. Eh, hindi naman nila nakita kung gaano katagal yung training na ginawa ko bago paghandaan talaga yung mga ganitong bagay.
So meron po tayong karera every month. This is a 6-leg circuit. Our championships po will be at the end of the year. So you'll expect more races to come, and this is just the beginning. I think there's going to be a lot more in store, a lot more exciting stuff for Angkas. And of course, the Angkas Ducati partnership, the Angkas Beam Cup. And kami naman po, ang gusto namin is paano natin ibibigay ang motorsports para sa pangkalahatan. How do we give access to everybody, rich or poor, para magkaroon sila ng tsansa maging champion?